too bad.
All right. Well, thank you for that. We're going to take some more calls, and again, if you're calling, please just let it ring a second as I these calls. And at 228, good morning. Where are you calling from?
Orange, Texas.
Okay. And what's your situation in Orange?
Well, the wind's blowing hard, and looks like my neighbor's tree is on top of my house.
Oh no, that's never good news.
No, it's not. it's heck when it wakes you up and you come straight up out of the bed.
Well, yes, sir. I would imagine so. Wow. So pretty heavy winds in your area of Orange also.
Right. I live in the Charlemont edition out here.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that update. And stay safe. Did you have something else to add?
And the power's been out probably since about 1 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to take another call. And good morning. What's your location?
Hello?
Yes, sir. What's your location?
I'm in Port Arthur, right on Gulfway Drive, 4400 block.
Yes, sir.
And, well, we're getting a lot of wind, and it's, I'd say about 30, 40 miles an hour, and then gusting a little higher. But the rain has stopped, so it doesn't look like we got a whole lot anyway. But just waiting for the crews to get out and get the power back on.
What time did you lose power in Port Arthur?
It was about 1 o'clock, right in there.
Mm-hmm. And again, the winds never too bad in your area, Port Arthur. You said you were along a Memorial Drive?
No, on Gulfway Drive.
Gulfway Drive, yeah, very familiar with that. So around Gulfway Drive, winds not all that bad. And that's sort of the center of Port Arthur, sort of the mid part of Port Arthur, and
and so I might try to venture that way
from the seawall and all that. So not a bad situation for you.
No, Gulfway and Memorial Boulevard, where it meets down there, and about a block off of that. So not real bad at all. Certainly we've had worse, but it's pretty good. Just the power goes out.
All right. Well, thank you for that update. Again, we're getting a very interesting picture as we talk to folks throughout the area. A couple of callers ago, a gentleman who neighbor's tree toppled by the wind in Orange and on his house. And again, just some light winds in the Port Arthur area. George is in Groves. And George, good morning.
Hey, forgot to apologize. I called a little bit earlier telling about a power outage, but something else I forgot to tell you. You need to remind everybody that to remind their family, unless they got like a special response badge to be able to get back in town until Brannick says it's okay to come back, that you're not going to be able to get back in. So there's no need in people trying to flood back in until he says it's okay.
Thank you. And that is a good point because, again, you will need some access documents probably to get back in, though I know that there's a lot of ways to get in. They can't obviously patrol every street, so people can, if they want to get back in, probably find a way. Once again, that's just not advisable.
Right. You're supposed to wait until they left the mandatory evacuation before you attempt to come in, especially, like he says, if you don't have any kind of documentation to get you in. But we did hear when we talked to Jeff Brannick earlier, Judge Brannick, he did say that pretty much at first light they were going to get out there and do as much reconnaissance as possible and determine as quickly as possible if it is good for people to come back, and then as soon as it is, let people come back. So don't feel like, I got to sit around and wait for the judge and he's going to take forever. They understand there's a lot of people chomping at the bit to come back, and he understands that, and he is going to be out there at first light trying to determine if it's safe. And if it is, they'll let you come back. And if it's not, then you don't need to come back.
You really don't. And again, as we've mentioned earlier, Trey, common denominator is everybody says their power's out.
Yeah.
So even if there is absolutely no damage, and certainly we would hope there isn't to your property, if there's nothing to do, you're still coming back to no power. And if there is some damage without power, there's some limits to what you can do. I guess the gentleman who called a little earlier in the Orange area with a tree in his house is one of the more significant damages we've heard of so far, and seems to be following that pattern again, as Greg talked about earlier. Higher winds and such, more in the Orange area, because coming into Lake Charles, it is tracked more northward into Louisiana, and they're seeing more damage northward into Louisiana than we're going to see northward in Texas.
Yeah, because because we're on the right side. It's all about ending up on the west side or the east side. We were lucky enough to end up on the west side. We're not seeing the extent of damage, unfortunately. Louisiana is on that east side, and they've seen the big the big storm surge, and they're going to see those higher winds as it tracks up, because we knew all along that when it came in, it was going to come up and take that hook over to the east, but where it is means basically it's going to come up Louisiana and then take that hook.
Yeah, we thought it would be coming up Texas before it hooked over, and it has moved just enough that it's coming up Louisiana with these ferocious winds. And again, we certainly they are certainly in our prayers, and we certainly don't wish the ill will on anyone, but I think most of the folks in southeast Texas and in the northern parts of Texas, East Texas, are saying, wow.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when you brought that, when you were talking earlier about, we're talking about how relieved we are and we're glad that it's everything. And, and that's the sentiment we have. If you have a tree sitting in your house, you probably do not have that sentiment right now that, I'm glad it wasn't as bad as we thought it was.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, I guess, a little sometimes of survivor's guilt, in that you feel, geez, I really should, I feel sorry for these other folks, but I'm glad that I did not have
that
damage. Again, if you have some reports, and this is helping us to form a real picture of where damage is, where it's not, in the areas where things are more severe, 896-5584. That's 896-5584. We would like to hear from you and hear what your experiences are, because that is helping us to figure out sort of what's going on in southeast Texas. Also, Chief Meteorologist Greg Bostwick will join us shortly to give us an update. Again, Greg telling us that for parts of our area, Beaumont and such, the worst may be over relatively soon, within the hour. Again, to the north of us in the Toledo Bend area and such, maybe a couple of hours, but we're certainly not going to see in that area, as you go to Jasper and Newton counties, the kind of damage they're going to see in the parishes to the east in Louisiana, and Lake Charles, of course, suffering some extensive damage. And let's go to the phones, and we'll take your call. And good morning. Where are you calling? Where are you calling from?
From Fields, Louisiana, up 109.
And you're going to have to help me with what that is close to. My Louisiana geography isn't as good as it should be, probably.
Right south of Singer, Louisiana.
Okay, and what are you experiencing?
The wind is really howling. It's shaking the house, and I can hear the trees. Sounds like they're just touching the ground out there, but it's so dark I can't see.
Sure. And when did you lose power?
About 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And you say, now again, you're in Louisiana, you say you're feeling the house itself shake some.
Yes.
And are you experiencing anything else? Of course, darkness, you really can't get out to see what's going on.
No, I can hear stuff flying and hitting around the house, and so I can't really tell what it is.
Well, you certainly want to stay inside and stay safe. And again, you are in what location?
South Beauregard Parish.
Okay, South Beauregard Parish. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that update. Boy, what a dramatic difference from an earlier caller in Hardin County to Beauregard Parish. What a dramatic difference. Carl is in Orangefield, and good morning, Carl.
Good morning.
And
we lost power lost power the first time about 12:22, and it finally went off at 1 o'clock for good.
And what's the wind situation in Orangefield?
Well, I stayed here for Rita, Umberto, and Ike, and it is nothing like Rita or Ike, but I would estimate it's similar to Umberto. I don't know, up 60 mile an hour maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Got some limbs down and a couple of trees.
And of course,
but other than that, no problem.
And of course, for us, Umberto was not a significant event. So you're saying it's not the gust up to 60, and you're not seeing anything of real significance in that area.
Oh no, absolutely nothing like Rita or Ike. No.
Okay. Thank you very much for the call. And again, our lines are open, 896-5584. And Trey, that's sort of the experience that we are having here. This is nothing like Rita and nothing like Ike.
No.
In our location.
Right. I'm listening. I've got a canopy right here beside me where I'm in, the room I'm in right outside, and I can hear it popping. It's popping pretty good right now. But that's it. I mean, like you've talked about, looking outside with the wind and the rain, yeah, the wind's a little more than we usually would see in a storm, but not anything dramatic and not anything that, you would worry picking anything up or knocking anything down or anything. I mean, Beaumont right now, if this is the hardest Beaumont's going to see, it's really not an event.
Yeah, we have been very, very fortunate. And again, our winds will begin to subside shortly, and then to the north of us I suspect by daybreak, certainly, the winds will have subsided significantly. 239, again, our number is 896-5584. Certainly for our Louisiana listeners, if we have some folks listening from Louisiana, since that seems to be the hardest hit at this point, we'd appreciate hearing from you also. 800-330-5584. I know we do have some listeners certainly in the Lake Charles North area, and please give us a call, and we'll be glad to hear what your experience is, and apparently that is going to be a much different experience than the experiences of those in Hardin County and those to the west. Their experiences have been really nothing more than a heavy summer thunderstorm. Common denominator, though, is a lot of power outages, and I know that the power here at our radio stations has flicked on, flicked off a couple of times, but with our generator. But we remain on utility power. I know some parts of Beaumont are without it, but we remain on regular utility power here. And good morning.
Good morning.
And what is your area?
I'm in Neyland on North 27th Street.
And what's happening on North 27th Street?
Oh, man, the wind is blowing, the lights are out.
And again, got a lot of strong wind. When did you lose electricity?
Oh, about 12 o'clock, and then it came back on, and then it went back off for good.
And, of course, there's nothing, I think, probably a little scarier than hearing this wind with no electricity.
I would never do this again.
Okay. Thank you for the call. And, I think that's, after every storm, we do hear that. There are people who choose to ride it out and not evacuate, and many will say later, hey, I'm not doing this again.
I will never do this again. Never, ever.
Well, you stay safe, and hopefully for your area, you're going to begin to see those winds die down relatively soon. And, of course, sunrise, you'll be able to see just what is going on. Louis is in Mauriceville, and good morning.
Morning.
And what's your situation?
Well, I don't know where these other people, what kind of situation they're in, but we're catching hell. We got one small tree down, one big tree that's broken in half. And I don't know if you can hear it or not, but my roof is coming off as we speak. But it's got a metal roof and it's hanging off about ready to try to knock down one of my bedroom windows. So we're hoping it dies down before the winter breaks.
And what part of Mauriceville are you in?
We're right off of Highway 12, almost at the intersection, 12 and 62.
Okay. And the wind strong enough that your roof damaged, lots of damage for you.
Yeah, we went through this same roof has been through Rita and Harvey and Ike and all these others, and now maybe it's just time to go. But it was really it took it off, and we don't have a wind gauge out here naturally, but I'm guessing it sounds like it's 70 or 80 miles an hour at least.
And what kind of rain have you had?
We haven't had that much rain that I can tell. It's kind of like a car wash. It's just blowing it up against the house, makes it sound like more than we're actually getting. But anyway, I don't think we're getting all that much rain. But it's all the wind they had forecast. We're getting that and then some.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that update. We appreciate that, and stay safe. Once again, we're seeing the very great differences in areas. If you're in Louisiana or if you're in Orange County, seeing a much different scenario than we're seeing in Beaumont or that is being seen in other parts of southeast Texas. So very, very different. And we're going to get a update now from Greg Bostwick. Is he with us now? Time for a Bostwick update. Again, our iHeart radio stations providing continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. And good morning again, sir.
Good morning, and still looking pretty good for Jefferson Orange County. Begin to wind down 54 miles per hour. It's very, very windy outside, but that's going to be actually here as we work through the next hour or two. Is the eye Laura is now moving up through Interstate 10. It's passing Interstate 10 right now, just to the east of Orange, heading up into, Beauregard Parish there, Vernon Parish eventually, mainly just east of the Sabine River. So the main focus for wind right now is over there around Orange northward, right up Highway 87, back up toward Kirbyville up in that general direction. That's where some of the strongest winds are expected. But overall, not looking too bad right now in the triangle as winds are now beginning to diminish as they toward Auburn and Mid-County. So things are looking better as we work through the morning.
And we've had some reports, certainly in the Orange County area, Mauriceville area and such, that there have been some instances of some very, very strong winds. At the same time, a couple of callers from the Port Arthur area and such experiencing very little. So this is really that pattern you're seeing and what you were expecting.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look, like I said, too bad. I mean, they're in that Orange County area heading north up to, basically Newton County. So if you live in those areas, you're going to still have some pretty strong winds for about the next hour or so, or 2 hours. But, basically to the southwest, back toward Vidor, over towards Sour Lake, Beaumont, all the way to the coast, things are beginning to wind down. It's going to stay breezy for a while, but quite honestly, the worst is over for many areas south of Interstate 10.
And again, the Lake Charles area heavily hit, but have their winds subsided also?
We don't have any reports because a lot of their equipment has been knocked offline, but looking at radar, there's probably still getting some really strong winds, particularly on the north side of Lake Charles and then back to the east of Lake Charles. So, yeah, they've taken a big hit. There's no doubt about it. There's some damage to the Golden Nugget, for example, over at Lake Charles. That large casino had some damage done to it. Some other structures were damaged. One of the downtown buildings, one of the bank towers down there has been damaged. To be expected when you have winds of 130, 140 miles per hour. That didn't happen here, but it sure did around Lake Charles.
And again, that track we were expecting to track up in Texas is tracking up in Louisiana.
And it made all the difference in the world. You're right. I mean, if it had been 30, 40 miles to the west, we would be experiencing what Lake Charles is getting. So a few miles make a big difference.
So, Greg, at this point, what are you thinking? I know you said a lot of the places pretty much getting the hardest stuff over with. Are we going to see like residual rain throughout the day today? Is the sun coming out? How's it going to work?
Yeah, it's not going to be much rain either. In fact, I may have to water plants later today. I think didn't get much rain at all north of Winnie, but yeah, the rain is pretty much winding down, and it hasn't been all that heavy. Heaviest rains will be falling next hour or two, basically north of Orange, kind of where the same area that's going to get the stronger winds. And yes, indeed, the sun will be out later on today.
That is just amazing to me. That is just amazing.
It really is, because you go to, not too far away from an area that's going to take a good long time to recover. You're probably talking about an area over around Lake Charles, but, I didn't see anything left on over there as far as on the map. It looked like everything was knocked out as far as power goes. So, some of those folks, while we may still enjoy our air conditioning, will be not having air conditioning for a while.
And again, as this tracks up north, you're still looking at that Shreveport area and such, and staying out of the Texas area.
Yeah, it's kind of skirting right up along that Sabine River through Toledo Bend and kind of bending more toward the northeast to the east of Shreveport. So, yeah, that's the focus for, high winds in the forecast next few days.
And again, for those just joining us, the worst would be over, you would say, certainly for the southern parts of Jefferson County.
Right. I mean, it's still very windy out there. We're still gusting 30 to 40. We had a gust, like I said, to 54 about 30 minutes ago. But, that wind has turned out of the west. We talked about that earlier. When the wind's turned to the west or southwest, that means the storm is moving rapidly away from you, which would show weakening.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the update, Greg, and hopefully you can join us again next hour and give us a further update and further good news, hopefully.
Absolutely. You bet. Okay.
Thank you,
Meteorologist
Greg Bostwick. Wow. What a difference we have seen, Trey.
It's really hard to describe. I mean, I never thought, and especially at this point in the morning, because this was kind of our target part of the morning. In fact, you and I even had a conversation yesterday when we were talking about different shifts and being on, and we were saying that this was probably going to be a shift where so much was going to be going on, and we're going to be talking about so much because the storm is going to be blowing in, and it's going to be, saying where we lost power, what's going on there, what are we seeing, storm surge, anything like that. And it's so different. I mean, it's just dramatically different.
Isn't it amazing what, again, as Greg is saying, that few miles makes, that few miles will make? Is, I had a family member that went to Eunice, sent me a picture a moment ago of a garage door blown in. So, again, that track is going just straight up north with those high winds that we thought we would see in this area, and we have not. It is affecting more Louisiana. So, some people will be tempted to say, well, the forecast was all wrong. I think the forecast was accurate as to the extent of what was going to happen. It just tracked over.
Right. And it's not like anybody missed the severity of this, hurricane. It's not like they said, it's going to be a 4, possibly a 5, and it turned into a 2 or something like that.
No, it is just tracking up. We should certainly be thankful, and I think we are back this morning, I believe. Did we? I don't know if we are back or not. I'm going to assume we are. I am not hearing you, but we will check things out here. 2:51 on iHeartRadio.
Follow April Tolbert, Farmers Insurance Agency, on Facebook for helpful resources and claims assistance.
iHeartRadio is the #1 choice for music, radio, and podcast.
We hope you'll never need us, but when the chips are down, Regency Disaster Response Team is there for you when you need us. Regency Disaster Response Team specializes in full-service disaster restoration, providing a one-stop shop for our clients. From the initial assessment of the damage to the full restoration of your property, we are the only call you'll have to make. You have enough to worry about. Let us deal with the damage. Regency Disaster Response Team works with all insurance carriers. We'll work with your insurance company. We'll coordinate everything from our initial response until your property is restored to pre-loss conditions. Regency Disaster Response Team provides the highest quality of service. We can handle losses of all sizes, whether it's a single residential loss, a large loss, or an area-wide disaster. Regency Disaster Response Team is committed to customer satisfaction. Visit RegencyDRT.com for a free quote and rest easy.
With the new iPhone SE for less than $100 at Metro, you rule. It's the most affordable iPhone on the #1 brand in prepaid. So whether you're studying online or FaceTiming.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, dear. The iPhone SE has all you need. Switch to Metro and get the iPhone SE for $99.99 after rebate redemption and 6 months of service with AutoPay. Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day. Limit 1 per account/household. Requires port and ID validation. Not valid for numbers currently on the T-Mobile network or active on Metro in past 90 days. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Your calls, you can call us at 896-5584 as we continue to, there I am, as we continue to get some updates from you. And again, meteorologist Greg Bostwick giving us that update just a bit ago about what is going on. And the worst is probably over for many folks in Jefferson County, in the southern part of the county. They have already probably seen as bad as they're going to see. As I was mentioning, you have a daughter that went to Eunice and sent me a picture of a garage door blown in and such as that came in Lake Charles and tracking up Louisiana. They are seeing what we thought we would see in southeast Texas. And again, looks like it is going to be a much different situation for us when the sun comes up. And again, power outages, though. I want to emphasize that while we're very fortunate, we're very, very fortunate in southeast Texas and how all of this has transpired. And certainly we feel sorry for those who have been more heavily affected. That does not mean that we do not have some significant power outages. As we have taken calls this morning, it would seem a common thread as I don't think we've talked to maybe one person who still had power. So we have had winds sufficient to knock power out throughout all of southeast Texas. Okay, and I do not have you yet either. Let me see here. Well, he's working on getting you back here. Let me see here. And no, I do not have you. So this is interesting. Or I am not hearing you. I don't know. But I'm hearing me. That's a good sign. Again, we're getting everything resolved after a short outage there, and I assume we have now switched to our generator power. We will continue to take your calls, of course, and try and relay the information of what is happening in various areas, because it has been, and that's one of the things that's really striking as we've opened up the phone lines in the last one of the things that has been very striking to me is the differences in the area. You know, we started out when we opened up the phones with some folks in the Sour Lake area and some folks to the east of us, really not feeling much of anything. And then, of course, as you move over more to the west, I should say, and as you move over to the east, then you're having a lot more difficulties. There is no question. So, again, well, let's check that out. I thought that was on, but possibly that is it. Again, as you move more to the east, you're seeing much more damage, particularly in that area of Orange and heavy winds in that area. Well, let's see if we've got you. And we do not have you. That's okay. I see. You're resetting everything up. We are in an age of computers. So when things go down, all the computers have to be reset. And I bet when we reset this, you'll be back with us. Again, 896-5584. If you want to tell us about what is happening in your area. We will have meteorologist Greg Bostwick with us again next hour, and he is continuing to update us as all this continues to move to the north. And it could have been so much worse for some folks in our area, and we are lucky. Comparing this to a Rita situation or an Ike situation from our studios, a much different situation in our studios than it was during those storms. But there will be winds to the north of us still in that Toledo Bend area. That's going to be one of the last areas in southeast Texas as everything moves upwards. So you are still not out of the woods yet. Still going to have some winds. And, of course, speaking of woods, as you get into that rural area, more trees to interact with the power lines and such. And I think we may have you back now.
Well, what about now? Hey.
Yes. We've got you back.
There we go.
And always a computer program, you notice. That's the other difference in now. And Rita, there were fewer computers in this room.
I'm sure there was. Yeah,
so, have to reprogram and get them running again. But again, we're going to keep you updated. So far, not as we said earlier, Trey, what we were expecting. We are in no way complaining, but not quite what we were expecting. We've been very, very lucky.
No, and it is, and I think hopefully that's what people will keep in mind as they look at this. How lucky we were that it took this little jaunt to the east on us here at the end and really put us in a good position. Getting what Lake Charles just is getting hammered with.
Exactly. And with some of that surge, it may well have in Port Arthur, it may well have breached the seawall.
I think so. If that surge was as high as, like he was saying, they're talking 20-foot surge, that's going over that seawall.
Yeah, I think the seawall is about 14 feet, I think, something like that. So, again, we're very lucky, but that is not that nothing happened. Things simply shifted over some, and that is leaving southeast Texas with far, far less damage, but significant power outages.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to see them in the Orange, Mauriceville, little Cypress, Bridge City area, but we've also heard Port Acres has got significant outages. Groves, gentleman called in, said he had talked to Energy, and they had over pop up. Now, when we're getting those, again, it's not to the extent that we were worried we might be getting them, but you have to know there's still going to be extensive
you may be facing, there's a better way out. Positive choices, positive life. Visit iChooseMe.net to learn more.
This message is sponsored by the Central Florida Cares Health System and the State of Florida Department of Children and Families.
What do welding gloves, water wings, and beekeeper's suits have in common? They only work if you wear them. Masks are like that too. They only work if you wear them. So if you're going to walk through the hives, wear a beekeeper's suit. And if you're going anywhere else, wear a mask. Because just like everything else designed to keep you safe, it only works if you wear it. So put on a mask when you're going out in public. We're all safer and stronger when we go all in. All in, Illinois.
I'm not a superhero. My friends just play this when I hook them up with cold drinks from McDonald's, like an icy cool caramel frappe. Right now, you can get any small McCafe beverage for $2, any size cool creamy iced coffee for $1.69, or any size refreshing soft drink for just $1. Yep, I'm just a regular guy who happens to know where to get a refreshing variety of cold drinks. But I guess around here that is a superpower, because it's not just a drink, it's a McDonald's drink. Prices and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
With the new iPhone SE for less than $100 at Metro, you rule. It's the most affordable iPhone on the #1 brand in prepaid. So whether you're studying online or FaceTiming.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, dear. The iPhone SE has all you need. Switch to Metro and get the iPhone SE for $99.99 after rebate redemption and 6 months of service with AutoPay. Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day. Limit 1 per account/household. Requires port and ID validation. Not valid for numbers currently on the T-Mobile network or active on Metro in past 90 days. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Hey, what do you want to da-da-da? I don't know. What do y'all think we should da-da-da? Well, what did we da yesterday? Yesterday. All the dolls feel like the same doll these days. I know. Like, is today Monday or Tuesday? Today is Thursday. Oh, no, I forgot to call my mom on her birthday. Oh, no. No.
These days, nothing is normal and everything is weird. But you could still save big when you switch to Progressive. That won't change. Not today or any day.
Quote today at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Commander-in-Chief. It's more than just a job. Since taking office, President Donald Trump has rebuilt our military, repaired a broken VA, and eliminated Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, ISIS, the world's deadliest terrorists brought to justice. Today, America is safer and stronger than ever. Because to President Trump, it's more than just a job. It's a sworn duty to keep America safe.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Information, you can go to your station you're listening to. Go to that website and go to the Stormwatch page. We're keeping you updated there. And, of course, if you haven't already, download the iHeartRadio app. That's very handy in case you do lose power and you've already lost power with your cell phone. You can always listen on your cell phone. You can always charge that in the car or listen on your radio in your automobile. I know people that did that during the last storm when we didn't have as many of the electronics as we have today. If you have something, and we're going to go to the phones right now, and good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I suspected that was you. Well, we have been taking a lot of calls, and I will tell you, Greg, they are mirroring exactly what you have been talking about, and that is the issues in Orange County, the issues to the east, and the lack of issues to some extent when you go to the west. What is our latest?
Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, the eye of the hurricane continues to race fairly quickly to the north. It's now north of Interstate 10. It's over on the Louisiana side, the bulk of it, over in Beauregard Parish. And, it just keeps rolling on to the north at a pretty good clip, about 15, 16 miles per hour. The strongest winds are still being felt around Orange, back up toward Deweyville, and pretty much throughout Newton County. Of course, some of that Jasper County. So while we were checking the Kirbyville station, they're gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour, and pretty similar winds we experienced up toward Jasper. So there are some strong winds, but overall further south, we're seeing a reduction gradually in wind, and that'll continue as the hurricane moves away. We'll see those winds keep dropping off down, let's say around I-10 and Beaumont toward Orange and then toward the coast. So overall, hey, we turned out pretty well with this whole deal because it did kind of jog a little bit more to the right or toward the east before landfall, which really put the real core of the hurricane into Cameron and up to Lake Charles. So we really caught a break on that one.
Hey, Greg, we had a gentleman call in from Lake Charles, and he's actually riding out what's left of it in his truck, and he wanted to know, have they seen the heaviest stuff in Lake Charles? Should it be getting better?
Yes, it will get better. Yeah, the worst of it's already moved past him. In fact, looking at radar there for a while, Lake Charles was actually in the eye of the hurricane. And I don't know if anybody, hopefully somebody will talk about that. It was over there because I feel very confident because it looks clear on the satellite picture that you would be able to walk outside and look up and see stars, and you're in the middle of the hurricane in the eye. That would have been a cool sensation to go through, just from a weather geek type standpoint. But it's really interesting how these things can almost do what they want to at times. You think you got it figured out. Just another reminder, I guess, for me and other folks that west side is full of surprises, and most of them are of a weaker nature. So if the hurricane passes to your east, the likelihood of you really getting extreme winds is very, very small.
And again, you're saying we're seeing more to the north now, as obviously was predicted. And how long will that last? At what point will it be moving out of Jasper, Newton County and such? And where does it go from there? We haven't talked a lot about that. Is it really of no significance when it gets further north?
Well, it's winding down. I mean, Hurricane Center still has 130-mile-per-hour winds. Trust me, that's very, very generous. We're not seeing anything like that right now. But at any rate, it's going to be passing Toledo Bend here. Here we are, 3:30, probably about 5:30, 6:30 this morning. It'll be passing Toledo, and it's heading up toward I-20, northern Louisiana, by mid to late morning. So, it's moving right along, and as it moves away, our weather will improve. But actually, as we talked about earlier, the sun busting through as we head into the afternoon. Back to summertime weather.
Wow, that's just it is amazing to me how quickly things can change. And again, we have a lot of power outages reported in Southeast Texas, and I know you're aware of some of those.
Yes, yeah, mainly over in Orange County. There's pretty extensive areas of South County under blackout, so to speak. I mean, we've got a lot of sections of Nederland without power. I think all of Port Acres, at least a while ago, was still without power. A lot of Port Arthur. So, you can almost follow that. You look at the power outage map and say, I know where the heaviest winds were. That pretty much describes it. You can see it right there, right around the Sabine River. And then you go over to Lake Charles. You can really tell they had a big blow because there's virtually nobody has power over there.
So when all this said and done, if we pretty much look at it mid-morning, just crank up the humidity and get ready for another sticky day?
That's pretty much it. Return to normal. In fact, we're basically returning to local programming as we speak. So we're just, at least on the television side. So it's becoming pretty much a non-story. Well, the story, I guess, is that nothing happened. But how much can you talk about nothing happened? So that's what we're doing.
I understand. And, of course, interestingly enough, I had a call from Crystal Beach a little earlier. Guess what's happening in Crystal Beach? Absolutely nothing. So it is amazing, a quiet evening in Crystal Beach and in that Galveston area. So, yeah, how much can you say that nothing is happening? And, again, we are just we were very lucky. That is not to say nothing happened. Obviously, a lot is happening in Lake Charles. There's going to be a lot of devastation there and in parts of Louisiana. Our luck was that shift.
Yeah, that shift, kind of a wobble more or less to the east. It made just before landfall because that 15 to 20 miles that had moved back to the east was very important. That would have put our areas like Port Arthur and Bridge City and those areas under the eye wall, and Beaumont would have seen winds probably about 20 miles per hour higher than what we saw. We had gusts here at our studios here right across the parking lot from you guys at 54. So that would put us, another 20 mile per hour, maybe 30 mile per hour higher winds if it had shifted back to the west a little bit.
I know some folks will say after this, well, I'm sorry I evacuated or I'm sorry I did this or that. But again, had that shift not occurred, we would have seen in the Beaumont area in southeast Texas a lot of what is being seen in Louisiana now. So evacuating was not, there was good reason to do that and follow the plans and good reason for what the local officials ordered.
Right. Basically, in our part of the country on the Gulf Coast, if you call for 3 evacuations, only about 1 out of 3 will prove that there was major destruction. So 2 out of 3 you'll come back and nothing's happened to your house. I guess we ought to be thankful, but unfortunately, in today's world, I mean, some people just can not do anything but complain.
Some people will complain nothing happened to their house. Again, takeaway from this is a wind event.
Oh, yeah. It was just wind. And we didn't have the rain to speak of. I think here at our studios, we only had about half an inch of rain. I mean, that's it. I mean, it really, I mean, like I said, I'm going to have to go out and water today. So it's not really much of a rain event, that's for sure.
Will you be able to join us next hour?
Yeah, I'm going to be on my way home, but I'll be glad to do it when I get to the house. I'll be there in about 30 minutes, and I'll just call in, and we'll take care of it.
Sounds good. You'll be visiting with Al next hour. I think he's coming on at 4.
All right.
Yeah, he has been napping, as we'll probably be returning to a lot of normal activities also. Well, thank you very much, Greg, for that update. And again, it will be Al next hour. Thank you.
Very good.
3:33, and wow, what a different story than what we thought we would be talking about.
Yeah, just it's crazy. And the fact that Greg there telling us that Channel 6 is returning to normal programming kind of gives you an idea of what this event has turned into. I mean, it's gone from what we thought could have been a major disastrous hurricane on the level with an Ike or a Rita, and now it's turned into, like you said, now we're talking about the fact that Greg's got to water his grass at some point today because he got such few rain, and such few rain even here at the studio. Like he's saying, their studio is our studio, and half an inch of rain. That's just crazy that we're talking about a Cat 4 hurricane, and now we're talking about the fact that, the sun should be out pretty soon.
It is just amazing. And again, I think, as we were just saying, the takeaway is going to be a wind event. And as we were saying with Greg, it doesn't mean that you evacuated for nothing. Again, there was a shift late in this storm, and there are still people that did feel the effects of the storm, just not Southeast Texas. We were lucky. We may not be as lucky next time.
Yeah, you never know. That's why, you do an evacuation hoping that you didn't need it. You don't do an evacuation saying, "Well, I'm glad we evacuated because everything's been cratered." Like y'all were saying, it's much better to come back to your home undamaged and in good shape and say, "Well, they made me evacuate, but hey, at least I'm not calling my insurance agent, telling them I got a tree in my house, or that it flooded, and it's that. That's been there. You don't want to be in that situation.
And you're going to have no power when you come back. In that, even though we have been very lucky, there was enough wind for widespread power outages, and with Entergy also serving that Lake Charles area in Louisiana, their resources are going to be stretched very, very thin.
Right. Yeah, they haven't even got out and evaluated what they're looking at yet. And with some of this wind still going on, there's still some chance that more power be lost probably in that orange area.
Absolutely, and probably in my area as you move to the north. Again, as it's just now, those winds are just now affecting some of Jasper and Newton counties, so they will have power outages, and so that will also be, of course, for the co-op power in that area, but they receive their power from Entergy, so all the sort of interconnect there. Now, if you'd like to tell us about your experiences, we would like to know more. And our number's 896-5584. And again, tell us what is happening in your area, because we certainly are not minimizing it. For many folks, you're still experiencing a lot of difficulties. And again, with your comments and your feedback to us, depending upon the area you are in, it helps us to form a better picture of what is going on. And thus far, with many of our phone conversations, it does appear that Orange County did get the brunt of it. We hope to have Judge Gauthier back with us at some point this morning, because there will be an assessment there. And the city of Orange and Orange County hardest hit, because obviously they were closest to that Lake Charles area where the storm did make landfall and came ashore. It's 3:37, and you're listening to iHeartRadio.
This is Detective Sadie Guidry with the Port Arthur Police Department. Crime Stoppers needs your help regarding the Leaving the Scene fatality accident. On Saturday,
Fact. No one, absolutely no one in history has been able to drink, smoke, or snort a problem away. Not for lack of trying. I know it can be awkward and embarrassing to ask for help, and so annoying to be told what you should do. But if you could, why wouldn't you try hitting a real reset button on life? Learn the facts and make a choice for yourself. Visit iChooseMe.net to get started.
This message is sponsored by the Central Florida Cares Health System and the State of Florida Department of Children and Families.
Hi, Nancy at Creative Floors. Has all this time at home made you realize how much you'd like to give your floors a makeover? We are open and we've taken the necessary precautions to protect you, our customers, and employees. We invite you to come by and take advantage of all the fantastic savings in the buy now, pay later finance offers. Whether it's carpet, tile, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, or laminate you're looking for, we have the selection and the savings you don't want to miss. Please visit us at CreativeFloorsOnline.com for locations where it's worth talking to the experts.
I'm not a superhero. My friends just play this when I hook them up with cold drinks from McDonald's, like an icy cool caramel frappe. Right now, you can get any small McCafe beverage for $2, any size cool creamy iced coffee for $1.69, or any size refreshing soft drink for just $1. Yep, I'm just a regular guy who happens to know where to get a refreshing variety of cold drinks. But I guess around here that is a superpower, because it's not just a drink, it's a McDonald's drink. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Greg mentioned earlier the Weather Service. They moved to the EOC in Lake Charles because of the conditions there.
Right.
They had to leave the Weather Service facilities that service not only Louisiana but also southeast Texas. Charles, go ahead.
I'm sorry. We had a gentleman call in just a while ago. I want to remind everybody that, if you get a flood insurance policy or homeowner's insurance, it usually takes 30 days for any of that to go into effect. So now, after something like that, is a good time to think about that. If you didn't have flood insurance in the house, it's a good time to look at that and take care of it, because you got to get that 30 days so to make sure you're covered if another situation like this pops up.
And this has been an active year.
Yeah,
it has been an active
in so many ways.
Yeah, so many ways. So, and of course, I will tell you from talking to some insurance agents, flood insurance is really not that expensive in comparison to other insurances, and a lot of folks will recommend you have that flood insurance, whether you're in a floodplain or not. During Harvey, Imelda, we heard so many people say, but well, it never flooded, so I didn't buy the insurance. It's really relatively cheap, and you really will wish you had it in certain circumstances. It's 3:40. Let's talk to Charles in Port Arthur. And good morning, Charles.
Morning. How are y'all?
Well, we're doing pretty good.
We're doing pretty good. We're here in Port Arthur. I live in Griffin Park area, and we've had some high wind, probably 70, 80 miles an hour. Very blessed. I got a generator power in my house, but folks around me don't have any power. We've got, I don't see any trees down. I am in the tree business.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all standing by. I got crews standing by, but we, so far I've heard you call with a few people in Grove, but maybe we got lucky this time.
Maybe so. And if you're in the tree business, maybe you can share with us just something here. I know some of the trees have shallower roots. Which trees are most prone to be toppled by those winds?
Your water oaks. All the water oaks just have a shallow root system, but a big root system. This is why the lady earlier was talking about it took the fence and everything up. It covers half the yard, but it's only 2 foot deep. It makes me wonder when I get to heaven, Lord, why those big trees like that with no root system?
So that's what makes them so prone and something to look to in the future if you're planting a tree. But that's what makes them so prone to being toppled by these high winds, and we see the reports of them going into houses. That's when I'm supposed to get up. I'm already up. That's okay. But,
right.
It has been a long evening, but again, thank you for your call.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you very much. And that, of course, also on some of these trees, we had the flooding conditions, and the soil becomes so soft, and that also leads to some of them toppling. And we've had a couple of reports of trees in houses and that sort of thing. Probably fewer reports of some damage than I thought we would have in some areas.
Oh, yeah. Thought we'd have much more at this point. I was just thinking about fencing. At my house, I worry about, the fencing staying up and stuff like that. But again, in Beaumont, I'm sure I'm fine right now. there might be some fence. I'm sure in the Orange area and the Mauriceville area and the Little Cypress area, they probably have had strong enough winds to take down fencing and stuff like that. But if it comes down to fencing or your home or your roof, most people will be okay with replacing some fencing.
Just turning off every alarm I have here. I never trust myself to wake up to a one alarm. Hey, you got that one just in the nick of time. Yeah, fencing is another issue that people will have, and that's one of those things that may or may not be covered with insurance. Some sticky points there, and you made a good point earlier. You want to get out, photograph any of the damage, and go ahead and check out your policy and make those calls, because once again, we are very lucky in some parts of southeast Texas, but there has been extensive damage in Louisiana and such, and a lot of the insurance companies are going to be very busy, and a lot of the adjusters are going to be very busy, and you need to go ahead and take care of that and get some attention to that. Again, to recap some of what we have been talking about, all of this system is moving more to the north. I'm just going to tell you a text from a friend that said, actually, lights came back on in one part of Jasper County after the storm had passed through. So that's some restoration, but also some friends telling me that very strong winds in parts of Jasper and Newton County right now as it tracks up that direction. I guess for the most part, from what Greg is saying, it is over for Port Arthur or Sabine Pass as far as any dangers of winds or anything. We've already passed that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to be talking about that, but that's really where we are right now, is that it's moving out. The areas we had, like you said, with the really big winds, Orange, Bridge City, Mauriceville, Little Cypress, it's moving out of that area. It is going to go through now Jasper and Newton County, but at a lesser extent. As the storm moves up, it gets less and less powerful, and it even sounds like Lake Charles is starting to get clear of their stuff. So hopefully, in another couple of hours, we're pretty much clear of all this.
And again, I think the big assessment will obviously be in Lake Charles. Yeah. And when we see the dramatic pictures, a lot of those are going to be of the Lake Charles area, no doubt. And for the national folks who station themselves in Galveston waiting for something to happen, nothing happened.
Not a good call.
not a good call. Several of us have made some poor calls in this. And again, the unpredictability. You just don't know. Again, I am absolutely amazed at what that jog of just a few miles, the difference it made in the damage and just what occurred in southeast Texas.
Yeah, just real. I mean, like we've talked about, you really couldn't have predicted this. You couldn't have described this at all, because everybody said this was a major hurricane. It was going to do damage. It was going to come in strong and do all this. And that little bitty, like you said, probably a 30 to 40 mile an hour little wobble over that way was all the difference in the world.
Has made all the difference, yeah. And we will remember this storm for sure. We will remember it as a wind event for many in southeast Texas, and I'm certainly in no way minimizing those who have suffered damage and those who have problems, because there will be damage and there will be problems in southeast Texas. The power outages may last as long as Rita or Ike, but I don't think we'll be talking about the damage in the terms that we talked about Rita or Ike. We're just not going to have that kind of structural damage.
Yeah, it's you're right. We'll talk about the storm just because of the fact that it was such a big storm and it did as little as it did. That's what we'll talk about. Now, Lake Charles, of course, we'll talk about the storm completely differently. Louisiana, we'll talk about the storm completely differently.
Completely.
It'll be their Rita and Ike, and
you're right. It will be their Rita and Ike. It will be compared for them. The comparison may even be to a Katrina or something in that state, in that significant damage, and hopefully the industry there was ready for this because a lot of refining capacity there and such. And again, we'll be getting more reports from that area. But for Southeast Texas, things should be getting better. Again, already getting better in Port Arthur. I haven't looked outside lately, but they're already getting better in Beaumont, aren't they?
Yeah, I can still hear it popping the canopy out here a little bit, but nowhere near like it was before.
Like it was. And again, as I've said, Jasper, Newton County area, I've had some texts from friends saying they're feeling it, so it's already up that way. And as we've mentioned, by daybreak and certainly by mid-morning, it's going to be over for this area, and sunny and humid and hot. And that always seems
and the mosquitoes.
Don't
forget the mosquitoes. They'll come. They'll
That's
come out.
right. It always seems to fall that way, that it is a sunny, beautiful, hot day after the storm comes through, as people are getting out and trying to assess things and trying to clean up, which, by the way, there will be cleanup and repair needed. And I've certainly emphasized, and we've emphasized before, that as you come out this morning and you face some of those tasks, try and use some local businesses and try and make sure you can always check with the Better Business Bureau on those businesses. You may be one of those local businesses. And if your business or organization is offering a cleanup or post-storm services, business hour status updates, anything that you want to pass along, because people will be looking for people. People need people. You can, of course, message us, the greater Beaumont-Port Arthur area. We've got a number you can call to get some help if you're a business looking to communicate to folks that you are ready and able to serve. And that's area code 409 926-2266, 409-926-2266. And let our team here at iHeart help you out and let people know that you're available. Again, this is for businesses that you may not, for many people, may not even know you exist, because after something like this, some cases you're looking for a business you've perhaps never used before, looking for a service you've never had to have before. So if you're one of those businesses wanting to get a message out, 926-2266. As the cleanup will begin, we're rapidly entering the post-storm portion, and that means lots of cleanup. Means, first of all, taking care of that refrigerator. If you haven't done that, that ought to be sort of priority number one as you come back, and hopefully you put things in a bag and such where you can just pull that bag out. But without power, that's one of the top priorities.
Especially if it's a couple of days before you get back in.
And it probably will be. Again, no one is advising that you hop in the car and come back today. There will be debris. We did have wind damage. There will be debris. And again, we need the local officials time to assess situations, time to assess the problems. And that includes Entergy. They'll be doing the greatest assessment today.
Yeah, and that's and like you said, and while we have lots of power outages here, they are going to have major power outages in Louisiana too, and they're responsible for those guys. So it is a project for them. So while hopefully we're not talking about timelines of Rita and Ike for some people, you definitely are going to have some patience and hang in there a little bit.
And just hang in, and as we mentioned a little earlier, you may well see Entergy truck on your street, and you're thinking, well, and we get this call in the post-storm phase. We've received this call before. They're saying, well, hey, what happened? They drove by. They didn't do nothing. They just left. Well, there is an assessment team that will have to assess the situation. And as they have told us in the past, you obviously have to start restoring power with the biggest, if this were water, with the biggest water main, if that makes sense, till you get down to the small pipes. It doesn't do you any good to fix the small pipes if the big water main is broken. Well, electricity is much like that. So obviously substations and some of the higher voltage lines are going to have to be restored first, and they're going to throw their crews on zone to that and then branch out to other areas. They'll also look at some critical infrastructure. Certainly if power has been compromised to a hospital or various facilities that are deemed very essential, they're going to work to get those back. If you're lucky enough to be without power but be living near one of those, you may get power back a little sooner than your neighbor. But that's generally how energy is going to work. So when you see the vehicles driving by your neighborhood and they don't do anything, that's because there is a plan, there is a system. Just make sure you have reported the outage. And generally one time is enough. And in a situation like this, Trey, I would say you don't really have to do a lot of reporting because trust me, they're going to know where the power's out.
Yeah, they know where the power's out, and they know which blocks are out and everything, and you're on their grid. You don't have to worry about reporting it. They're going to be on it.
Generally, in the past, they've told us the only time you really need to worry about that is if everybody but you has power back, or everybody but a couple of houses, then there may be some peculiar problem. But yes, you really don't have to worry. They know, and just as we are more sophisticated since Hurricane Rita with our iHeartRadio app and other things, Energy also has become more sophisticated and able to track things better. And so they're going to be having a good handle on this, and I would not be surprised if we see some of those trucks out at daybreak taking a look at what is going on. Meteorologist Greg Bostwick will be joining Al Caldwell next hour to update him, though the coverage, certainly for the TV stations, I believe they've ended their continuous coverage, and we'll be going with you for a while, and then we'll probably end ours also, and thankfully so that this is not a situation in which it is of a disaster portion in which we have to continue to update for hours and hours, because that is never a good thing for Southeast Texas. This, for us, thankfully was not a Rita event or an Ike event, and also thankfully not a flooding event. Greg had called that early on, that this was going to be a wind event. That's one thing that did not change at any point during this.
No, he said, yeah, you're right. He was very early on. He was felt very confident that there wasn't going to be a storm surge, that that was all going to stay exactly where it ended up, going on right at Lake Charles, right at Cameron over in Louisiana, where they did get that big storm surge. For us, even, like he said, the only real places that got significant rain was in the Orange, Bridge City, Mauriceville, LCM area, and he didn't feel like they were even going to get enough to have a real serious flood threat. Here at the studios, we basically got half an inch, just like they did at Channel 6. This was not a rain event for us, hardly at all.
Certainly wasn't. And early in the evening and earlier this morning, we were very concerned about Bridge City and some concerns there with surge. That also did not happen, quite thankfully. That did not happen there either. So, again, let's go to the phones. And let's see, is that the hotline? Yeah,
that is the news line.
Well, let's just go right ahead and take the news line. And good morning. Good morning.
What are you doing, sir?
Well, not much. Who is this?
This Billy Rose.
I should have known it was you, Billy. And, hey, thank you for calling, Billy, because you couldn't have picked a better time to call. We've just been talking about how that movement is now moving into Jasper and Newton counties. What is your situation in Newton County?
Well, I tell you what, we're getting severe winds, and the rain is all. It looks to me like it's arrived.
It has arrived, and how severe would you say some of those winds are?
Ooh, I'm not even outside, Jim, but they've got to be up in the 60 or 70, 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. It's coming pretty good.
And, that's one of those things Greg Bostwick had predicted is winds of that nature as we move further north. When did you start getting these significant winds?
I would say within the last hour or so. I was up at 2 o'clock for the 2 o'clock briefing, and it wasn't too bad, but it's significantly changed since then.
And, of course, the forecast is that it should begin by daybreak. Those things should subside in that area.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's moving fairly quickly, so should not be much longer. Maybe daybreak or a little after that it starts subsiding there.
You know what's ridiculous right now? We've got a 3-car wreck down in Deweyville, people riding around. We got a wreck up here in the Newton area, and we just can't go. I'm not going to let the guys get out. And just can't believe people are stupid enough to get out here sightseeing, riding around. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy, and of course I know that you and all the other first responders have said not coming out to winds drop to a certain point. And that's one of the things, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Billy. One of the things people need to know is this is not the time to go sightseeing, and even after daybreak and such, let the power crews have access, let the officials have access to assess damage.
Yeah, let us evaluate what's going on, what the situation is.
Absolutely.
But we're just asking everybody to stay at the house, give us time to do what we need to do, and like I said, because we're not sending nobody out to these accidents. They can just
have to take care of it themselves.
That's right.
No doubt about it. Well, thank you very much for checking in with us, because this was an area that we were very concerned about. We
appreciate y'all, and thank y'all for what y'all are doing for everybody.
Well, thank you, Billy.
That's a big deal. You don't realize how many people listening to y'all.
Well, thank you very much. Sheriff Billy Rolls, Newton County, and thank you very much. Call me if you need something. It's 3:58. Good to hear from Billy, Sheriff Rolls in Newton County, because, again, that's the area right now that's in the hot seat as those winds are moving up that way. Quite frankly, in the Sabine Pass, Port Arthur, Beaumont area, there's really not a lot going on. Now, still certainly in Orange County, some issues, and of course Lake Charles and going up north in Louisiana, definitely issues as things move through there. Well, I'm going to take a break now and turn it over to Al Caldwell, who will take you through part of the morning, and then we'll be back with you or keep you updated throughout the morning on the information you need. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura on these iHeart stations. And again, you can download the iHeart app and take us with you wherever you go.
You're listening to continuous coverage of Hurricane Laura for Southeast Texas on News Talk 560 KLVI Beaumont, Kicker 95.1 KYKR Beaumont, 104.5 KISS FM Orange, and KKMY HD2 K277AG Beaumont, Big Dog 106 KOC Orange, and Cool 92.5 KCOL FM Groves.
Laura comes ashore. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. One of the strongest storms ever to hit the United States, slamming the coastline at Cameron, Louisiana overnight.
Cat 4, a very strong 150-mile-per-hour sustained winds as it made landfall.
Fox meteorologist Janice Dean.
It's going to move northward. It's going to weaken, and then we're still going to be talking about this storm on Friday and through the weekend.
As the storm moves north through Louisiana into Arkansas and then across the Ohio Valley, along the coastline, a potentially deadly storm surge.
The storm surge we can hear beginning to come in here, not talking about 10 feet of water, but more like 20 feet of water, which is catastrophic, and in the words of officials here, unsurvivable levels of water.
Fox's Leland Vittert near Lake Charles, Louisiana. Rescuers say they won't have an idea of how bad the damage is, at least until daybreak. Keynoting last night's penultimate night of the Republican National Convention, the president's running mate.
Vice President Mike Pence accepting the Republican vice presidential nomination at Fort McHenry in Baltimore and laying out the choice he says America will face in 2 months.
Who do you trust to rebuild this economy? A career politician who presided over the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression? Or a proven leader who created the greatest economy in the world?
Pence touted the domestic and foreign policy successes of President Trump in his first 3.5 years in office, and he said America's economy is recovering from the financial crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic.
Fox's John Decker, earlier White House advisor Kellyanne Conway, Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, and daughter-in-law Lara Trump spoke of the opportunities for women which the president has fostered. The convention concludes with the president's acceptance speech tonight on the White House lawn. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Campaign with Brett Baer.
If we get an indication that the COVID rates are going down and at the same time see the economy sort of bouncing back up, that changes the dynamic heading into November 3rd, doesn't it? Post columnist and AEI resident fellow Mark Thiessen.
There's also the October surprise, which is Trump could walk out into the Rose Garden and say, ladies and gentlemen, Operation Warp Speed has been a success. We have a vaccine.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com.
Covering a presidential election is a sacred trust.
And we take it seriously. We never stop working to get you the information you need.
From the caucuses to the conventions to election night and beyond.
We're there for you, uncovering the stories that shape the race, tracking the candidates and the moments that matter most.
Because this election will decide the fate of our nation
and the future of the world.
Democracy 2020. It's in your hands. Fox News. America is watching.
An update to our top story. Hurricane Laura has now weakened to a Category 3 hurricane as it moves inland through Louisiana, still causing flash flooding and catastrophic storm surges. Protests, mostly peaceful, Wednesday night in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Investigators say Jacob Blake, the man who was shot and wounded by police on Sunday, has admitted he had a knife. About the investigation of the officer-involved shooting, Kenosha's Police Chief Dan Miskinis says,
the decisions in that case will be made based upon evidence collected by an outside agency presented to somebody else to make that decision. The Kenosha Police Department will not come out and make a ruling one way or the other in that.
3 Major League Baseball games and all of the NBA's playoff games Wednesday were postponed as several of the players threatened to boycott the games in reaction to the Blake shooting. False social media reports of an officer-involved shooting triggering a night of looting in Minneapolis. Police say a man they were trying to arrest at a Minneapolis mall killed himself, was not shot by police. Minneapolis mayor imposing a curfew and asking for the National Guard. That big fire last month aboard a Navy ship in San Diego may not have been an accident.
A senior U.S. defense official tells Fox News Naval Criminal Investigative Service, NCIS, has identified a sailor who may have been involved in setting the fire on board the USS Bonhomme Richard. The Associated Press says the sailor was being questioned but not detained. The amphibious assault ship burned for more than 4 days off the coast of San Diego, leaving more than 60 sailors and civilians injured. The ship was going through a $250 million upgrade when the fire happened. It's not clear if it's going to be repaired. Jill Nato, Fox News.
A federal appeals court in Virginia ruling a school system's transgender bathroom ban is unconstitutional and that the school board discriminated against a transgender male student when they banned him from using the boys' bathroom. I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
iHeartRadio.
Score your virtual ticket to be a part of music history on the Capital One Fan Wall, an interactive video experience with our superstar line.
You've saved your whole life for retirement, and you still don't have the peace of mind that you're going to be okay. Now more than ever, your investments matter. For over 40 years, planners at Certified Financial Group in Altamont Springs have been serving as fiduciaries when providing financial planning and investment advice. Their focus is on your goals and a custom approach to financial peace of mind. Remember, anyone can say they're a fiduciary, but only certified financial planners are legally obligated to act in your best interest. They have 12 experts under one roof. Certified Financial Group. Experienced, knowledgeable, focused on you. If your financial planner is not certified, or you merely need a second opinion, set up your no-obligation visit today. From your cell phone, dial pound 250. Say the keyword Certified Planner. That's pound 250. Certified Planner. You'll be connected in seconds so you can start planning tomorrow, today. FinancialGroup.com. Planning and investment management for a fee through Certified Advisory Corp., a registered investment advisor.
Greedy drug companies seeking even bigger profits are lying about President Trump. Here's what President Trump's plan really does. Reduces Medicare and prescription drug prices, reduces the cost of insulin, cuts the cost of life-saving medicine. That's why Big Pharma is attacking President Trump. They liked it better with Joe Biden when healthcare costs skyrocketed. President Trump is standing up to the drug companies and fighting for us.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
What do you want to da-da-da? What do you want to da-da-da? I have no idea what to da-da-da. We could switch to Progressive da. Oh yeah? We could switch to Progressive and sa. Okay. We could sa and have to buy some za. Oh yeah, let's switch to Progressive da and get some za with the money we saw. Yeah! Now we know we're gonna da-da-da.
These days, nothing is normal and everything is weird. But you could still save big when you switch to Progressive. It might just be the most normal thing you da-da-da.
Quote-da at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliate.
In 2008, our economy was close to collapse. The Recovery Act brought America back. Here are the top 5 things you need to know. President Obama chose Joe Biden to run it. It created millions of jobs by investing in the middle class with less than 1% waste. Biden helped kick off the longest period of job creation in U.S. history, and he can do it again. Paid for by Unite the Country, unitethecountry.com, and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Morning with an incredible breakfast your mom will be proud of. The Toasted Yolk Cafe, 6455 Phelan Boulevard in Beaumont. Open Monday through Sunday, 7 till 3. Call 409-242-1224 to join the waitlist now. The Toasted Yolk Cafe. The moment you walk through our door, your family. Breakfast, brunch, and lunch items served from open till close.
iHeartRadio is the #1 choice for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. No one makes it easier to hear everything you love in one free app.
I love that it's...
Hey, time to cook out in the backyard is coming up this summer, and I look forward to cooking on my Big Green Egg. If you don't have one, you gotta get one, and you gotta get it from Wassey's Meat Market. You would be foolish to buy a Big Green Egg anywhere else. It's Wassey's Meat Market. They have all the accessories you would ever need, the lowest prices in the entire state of Florida, and the best knowledge on the Big Green Egg. Matter of fact, they even have cooking classes that you would love at Wassey's Meat Market. You could check them out if you go and follow them on Instagram at Wassey's Meat Market, or go to their website, and that's Wassey'sMeatMarket.com to get the Big Green Egg. It's Wassey's Meat Market for the Big Green Egg.
Get your business advertised on radio and reach shoppers as they start their home improvement projects.
I have been following hurricanes. I've never had one. Yes, actually we did. We had Hurricane Inez back in 1975 that did this exact thing. It all of a sudden just went north, dissipated. It was supposed to come in around Crystal Beach, and we all sat there with a little party plan. And lo and behold, it went off to the left and went up through the Houston area, and that was it. So we are back at power here, and it's amazing. I've talked to some people that in the Beaumont area have not lost power. Let us not forget for a moment that Lake Charles took the full brunt of this. And, I think one of the questions is going to be, and we'll find out in the days to come, exactly what Lake Charles is going to do in terms of the casinos and some of the other problems that they have. They really got hammered full blast, and we feel so fortunate to have bypassed that, but at the same time there's a lot of sadness for the people in Lake Charles, of course. Bridge City, Orange, Little Cypress. We'd like to hear from some people out there, including people that are out of town that might be listening to us on iHeartRadio and wondering what happened. It just all of a sudden, Laura became a Category 3, and pretty dangerous winds now breaking through part of Louisiana. We're getting winds and heavy rain all the way over as far east as Morgan City and Baton Rouge, even some of the small communities like Eunice, Ville Platte, and that area up there, probably going to get some great rains. But the people who were going to be threatened in the areas of Shreveport South through Rayburn and Toledo Bend, looks like that may just be a non-event, because Laura, as hurricanes are wont to do in some cases, all of a sudden just dissipate or go the opposite way. And we'll get a better explanation from that a little later from Greg Bostwick. As I said, he'll be giving us one or two more reports, and then that's it. In the meantime, those of you who have lost power in the immediate area, and that would be over in Orange and Bridge City, and of course our friends in Port Arthur and in Mid-County, and for that matter in Beaumont, those of you that lost power later on this morning, we'll be looking at crews of energies that have been triaged here throughout southeast Texas, up to 7,400 out-of-towners, along with our regular maintenance people. Will be trying to restore power and get it back on as quickly as possible. I can say this, not facing the magnitude that they were going to look at. In many cases, it will be sooner. In some, it will be later. And, as we talked about this during the night, that people who have outlying areas, some of the smaller bedroom communities, where there are maybe 25, 30, 40, or 50 outages, you're going to be waiting possibly a little longer than the people where there are 400 and 500. It's just a rule of thumb, and that's just a pecking order that Energy, and before that Gulf States, used and has to use, because you go ahead and you want to get the maximum amount of power. You just don't say, well, we're going to take A Street, B Street, C Street. We're going to get the people on that the easiest to put on, and those where there are complications going to take somewhat longer. I think that we all need to go ahead and whatever or whoever that you pray to or meditate to, I think we can go ahead and say thanks for a lovely evening. It's kind of like a first date and a last date. Had a wonderful time, enjoyed the dinner, but I must go now. And I'm not trying to be facetious, because we were looking at, 2:30, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and that's when and we are so well established here at iHeart that there are enough couches at least to go around and let people get rest. I mean, Jim was on for the majority of 22 or 23 hours. Harold was on for at least that long. And so everybody, I don't care who the animal is, are going to need some rest at some juncture. And that is what happened during the night. The explanation, I'm sure that we will get from Greg, because he can give you a far better explanation than I can. Here is what you need to do today. You need to, if you have lost power, of course, we need to wait for just at least daylight until we get the all clear. We talked to Carol Riley with the Beaumont Police Department earlier last evening, right around 10:45. And at that time, she said, please wait for the all clear before you get out. There are some areas, of course, where there could be a power line down, and this is always a danger that we have to watch out for. So, for the moment, we're all kind of in the light instead of the dark, but I'm sure that will change. If you'd like to talk to us this morning, 896-5584. That's 896-5584 or 800-330-5584. I'm kind of a one-man band here. I'm producing my own show, and so if you do call, give me a chance to go ahead and answer the phone, get you on the air, and talk what you and say what you're going to say. I know a lot of people that are listening to us in the Austin area, Dallas-Fort Worth area, Houston area, that migrated, and with good cause. And we had every reason to believe that there was good cause. But hurricanes, tropical storms can be and are at times very quirky. They just jump up and go exactly where they're supposed to go, and outlying areas aren't touched. Sometimes they reverse direction. And all I can say is I'm very, very thankful. I didn't need an 8 or 10 day siege without power, and neither did you. And so it is going to be rather interesting to see some of the people that have migrated, 2, 3, and 350 miles away. Please don't gripe. Please be glad that you're coming home to a whole house, to a whole neighborhood, and that you're not enduring what the people in Lake Charles are. It got so bad in Lake Charles last night that the normal KPLC television station, the NBC affiliate over there, I believe they're still an NBC affiliate, actually signed off the air. The Lake Charles Weather Bureau people, there was actually 1.5 feet, 2 feet of water on the runway at the Lake Charles airport, and so they checked it in, and justifiably so. Meanwhile, what was an amazing turn over the last 12 to 13 hours, we started to get some good news from Greg at about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and those of you who are with us realize that. And that little bit of a turn protected the west and encumbered the east to a point where extreme wind warnings, by the way, are still in effect for northeastern Cameron Parish, Jefferson Davis, Beauregard Parish, Calcasieu, southwestern Vernon, and Allen parishes, central Newton, eastern Orange, east central Jasper counties. And just about 4 o'clock this morning, the National Weather Center Doppler radar and the service observations indicated extreme winds associated, of course, with the eye wall of the hurricane were moving onshore along a line extending from near Kirbyville to near Burr Ferry to near Harmony, moving north at 20 miles an hour. An extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Always there is a possibility of maybe encountering some tornadoes, and we hope that is not the situation. Anyway, like I say, I'm a producer, and so I'm an on-air guy, and so I don't know who I'm talking to, but I'll just say good morning, and you're on the air with Al Caldwell. And who is this?
This is Alex over in Port Neches, Texas.
Yes, sir, Alex.
Well, I think we came out smelling like a rose over here.
Okay. That's very good to hear, by the way.
My street, the power's out, but one street over, the power's not. So it tells me it's probably a line down somewhere.
Yeah, where are you at in Port Neches anyway?
I live on Montgomery.
Okay. All right.
The old town.
Yeah, I got you. Out near the water.
Oh, Port Nature's never floods.
Yeah. No. I said you're out near the water. That's what I
Oh,
said.
well, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Everything goes downhill from here. I'm sitting 22 feet above sea level.
Yeah, and so you're in very, very good shape. And I think the people that are high and dry are. We have been talking about Lake Charles. I don't know if you've been following that or not, but
Yeah.
Lake Charles did get inundated, and the storm actually performed as expected. I guess the big difference was that we did not get the ancillary effect that we thought we were going to get. And I need to remember one thing. You might agree with me. You sound like you're an old timer that's been around here for a while. Hey,
I've been around for a long time.
Yeah, the hurricane season is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, hell no.
And
around September, usually the official is what? September, but
if you take a look, we had Katrina, which was in August. We had Ike, which was September the 13th. We had Rita, which was September the 25th. We had Imelda on August the 16th, which was August the 15th, I guess. Maybe it was the 16th. It was the day before this storm. What is today, anyways? Today the 17th now, I guess? Okay. I do know this, that the latter part of August and the whole of September, we are on strong alert because there can always be something that forms in just off the African coast or in the Lesser Antilles. But it is amazing. What time did you start to get the winds this morning, Alex?
It got here almost right about midnight.
Okay. And see, that was
a little bit after midnight.
And see, that was a little sooner than expected. We were talking about anywhere from 2 to 2:30. So you probably got the squall winds, but I don't know what the winds were, but apparently they were not that bad because
it did not sound like it was nearly what they was talking about.
Well,
we might have had 60 or 70 mile an hour winds, and that was about it.
Yeah. Well, and of course that's not even a category 1. But we were on rotation here, and so at 11 o'clock I said, well, I better go ahead and get a little shut eye because I'm going to be back here at either 3 or 4. And when I woke up, I'm not hearing the excited voice of Jim Love. I'm hearing like he's talking at a funeral or something. And I said, well, one of two things has happened. Either Jim has fallen asleep on the air, or we had a really low-level hurricane, and that the lesser that happened to be true. And I'm very thankful.
If you will remember, last year, I think it was in August, we had a front came through, just a regular good old Southeast Texas thunderstorm front.
Oh, yeah.
And it had 75 mile an hour winds.
Yep. Listen, Alex, I'm going to have to go. I've got either Greg or somebody on the hotline.
I just got one question right quick. Got one question right quick.
Yeah.
My sister and my brother-in-law live on the other side of Interstate 10 off of 365.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering how that turned out.
Well, what I'm hoping is that we can get somebody out there and go ahead and get some information on that. We'll do our dead level best to find out for you. In the meantime, I thank you.
Appreciate you.
Oh, I appreciate you, Alex. Thanks much. All right, and we are talking to
Mr. Greg Boswick.
Okay. 11 o'clock, I got off. I went in there and I took my medication like I usually do and went to sleep. And I woke up at about 2:30 and I heard a little rumble. And I said, that doesn't sound too bad. And at 3 o'clock, I got up and I walked in and I said, am I still good to go for 4? And they said, yeah. I said, well, I'm going to go back and take another little nap. And the next thing I know, poof, gone. This is not unlike hurricanes of the past. One never knows. That's why they call it weather.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what happened to us here? We got a couple of lucky breaks here. The storm moved a little further east than we thought at landfall. And, the west side of a hurricane is interesting. Sometimes they can be pretty strong, and a lot of times they're weak. Well, this one was a weak one on the west side. And normally the west side is always weaker than the east side anyway. So we caught a break there, but there were some really strong winds there out there just to the northeast of Cameron, about 140 mile per hour winds measured on radar. So it was pretty tough over Lake Charles. I'm sure we're going to find out now we have daylight that coming up here pretty quick that there's some pretty good damage over there in the Lake Charles area from that particular storm. I understand the Golden Nugget was damaged by the storm.
Yeah, and it's that's a no-brainer there. You kind of figure that was going to happen, but I think it was about 2 or 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon that you indicated there was a little bit of maybe a good news pattern, and from there on we got a little bit and a little bit more and a little bit more, and then I guess all of a sudden when the storm hit, it just it did as many tropical storms and hurricanes do. It reacted the way it wanted to. That's it.
Pretty much. I think the highest wind I saw in Jefferson County was 76 miles per hour. That was down at Sabine Pass. And, I had some 60, 70 mile an hour gusts up through Orange, maybe a little higher at a few spots. But overall, Beaumont, we didn't have much of a problem at all. We had a gust of 54 at the station. That's, we get thunderstorms do more than that.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it wasn't a big deal at all. Not much rain either. Very, very little rain.
Talked to my wife. I said, "Do you have power?" "Yes, I do." I said, well,
"Yeah,
okay, man.
I have power too." I just got to the house and said, "Hey, we got power. Great, that's wonderful."
It is, and one little addendum here for the people that might be upset because the storm wasn't any worse. I have no sympathy for you whatsoever.
I don't understand. What are you going to do? I mean, here you have almost a Category 5 that just misses us to the east, and you come back and say, "We shouldn't have evacuated." What do you mean you shouldn't evacuate? I mean, what you're going to play Russian roulette? Of a storm? I don't think so.
Look at it this way: you got a little vacation. Maybe financially it cost you a couple of bucks, but just think of the financial cost that would have taken place had your house been hammered, like those poor people over in the Lake Charles and Cameron Parish area are going to come back to find their homes.
Yeah, a bunch of stubble and sticks and everything else, so there won't be much left. But it's amazing how people seem to not understand how difficult it is to make these decisions to evacuate, because that it's 30 to 36 hours to evacuate this area. So those decisions have to be made when the sun is shining outside and the hurricane's still out there brewing in the Gulf. So it's tough.
I'll tell you what, you deserve a long, long period of rest.
Well, that'll last about 5 or 6 hours a day. That's okay. I'll be with you. What's your guys' schedule this morning?
I'm here till 9 o'clock, and then across the hall from 9 till noon. So 10 till noon.
Schedule.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Well, I'll be back with you guys. I'm going to get a quick little nap here, and we'll be back with you a little bit later this morning.
Thanks once again for the unbelievable effort over the past days, as you always give us and everybody in Southeast Texas, and we certainly appreciate you.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate you too. You are the captain of the ship when this stuff is going, let me tell you.
I thank you, buddy.
All right.
Get rest. Appreciate it. Greg Bostwick, look at our morning weather here at News Talk Radio, AM 560. KLVI, along with our other cluster of stations. I think we have. I've not been given any indication that we are back on AM, but we are on the FM stations and will remain so until such time as our leaders determine that it's okay to go back to regular programming. There's a couple of things I want to cover this morning. I'll take your calls, by the way. Hey, if you got your power back on, if your power is off, if you got a comment about everything. No matter where you are, if you're out of town and of course completely averted the storm, if you're here and you rode it out, I'm sure that you're glad you did. And there's no sense beating this dead horse any more than we already have. But storms have a mind of their own, and at the least opportune moment, all of a sudden you find out that you're going to be right in the eye of something. Conversely, you also find out that you are going to be safe and unencumbered. And boy, that's such a good feeling to know that even if you did go ahead and even if you did put up those boards, you know what? Some of the windows that are boarded right now, if I were you, I'd leave them alone. At least until the 1st of October. There's something to remember about hurricane seasons in Southeast Texas. They end and start at the most inopportune times. Every year that I had a vacation planned and I would get ready to go somewhere, it would be canceled. It was canceled during Ike, unfortunately. During Rita, I was out of the country. Nothing you can do. When you're stranded like that, you just have a helpless feeling. What's happening with my house? What's happening with my neighbors? There's always some great stories. I had a great old dog by the name of DJ that I had for almost 16 years. And he was my buddy. He used to ride with me in that little green truck when I went up to Wildwood all the time. And Dr. Al Wayner, who is now retired but still does some work out at the clinic on Calder Avenue, took a special liking to DJ because he was a very, very funny dog. He was part pug and part Australian Shepherd. And we had DJ at Doc Wayner's, and he was in a kennel because we had gone on vacation. Well, lo and behold, in the middle of the vacation, along comes Hurricane Rita, and everybody evacuates, including Dr. Al. And he evacuates to his place up at Woodville. Well, he scoops up DJ and takes him with him. And, of course, he's had his own dogs up there. And when I got back and DJ was in fine fettle, he said to me, that DJ's a pretty smart dog. He knew he was up there with 4 of the dogs, and it wasn't his home, but it was theirs. And he behaved admirably. I thought that was so great. And at the most unbelievable times, the most unorthodox things happen. And we can only just say that's part of life. That's part of what you do. I'm sure that there are a lot of prayers out there, and we need a lot of prayers right now for the people over in the Lake Charles area and even east of Lake Charles and, of course, the Cameron Parish area. Your prayers will not go unanswered. I feel certain about that. Anyway, there are a couple of things to remember when you come back in, of course. There are going to be some outages, and it's going to take some time to go ahead and get everybody that lost power on. But the folks at Energy have done an amazing job. This is such a far cry from where we were, say, during Hurricane Bonnie, which was back in 1986. That was barely a level 1. And Energy was then Gulf States, and I always thought a great company. And my buddy Joe Domino at one time was the ramrod, and Joe knew the show. He certainly did, with all due respect to the current people out there. Sally Raymer was doing a good job, but Joe did a great job too. And David White, who was with us from Gulf States at the time, came on the air and helped us to answer phones forever and a day. And just the difference in how we cover hurricanes now as opposed to not only what we did 34 years ago, but what we did 15 years ago and even 12 years ago. The modern logistics are really something. Okay, I'm answering my own phone, so you're on the air with Al Caldwell, and this would be who?
My name's Peggy.
Okay, Peggy, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Orange out here in Little Cypress.
Okay, and your situation probably not as good as ours over here in Beaumont.
No.
Okay. Want to elaborate a little bit and tell us what the situation is?
Well, we've been without electricity for about 6 hours, and it all started after that.
Okay.
Bad.
Okay.
Just imagine sitting in the dark, and all you can hear is things falling all around you, and it's like a freight train going around your house constantly.
Did you have have you any direct damage to your house that you can ascertain?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have water damage. We had big limbs. Just put it this way, when we were able to open up our front door, there's just a tree waiting for us.
Yeah. Okay. So you had damage to the house then. Any water inside the house?
No, thank God we didn't have the water inside, except we got a leak, from the tree.
Yeah. How far?
But other than that, thank God we didn't get the water like We didn't need that.
How far above
But,
How far above sea level are you?
How far are we above sea level? We're in the flood zone. So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can understand that, and of course, as far as the power, as we said before, that energy has right at 7,500 people. Obviously, they can't do anything about it now when there is no light. But at the light of day, and 6:50 a.m., I believe, is when first light of day appears. And pretty early in the morning, these guys are going to be going to work. It may take some time. It may take a day or two. It may take 2 or 3 or 4. Obviously, Peggy, you've been down this road before, and so
yes, sir.
You kind of know the drill, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, you're safe and sound, and it sounds like the rest of the family is. And
yeah, my mother. I take care of my mother and my husband.
Oh, wow. How old's your mother?
My mother's 77. She lost her house in Harvey after 50 years of.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so, I'm taking care of her. She took care of me when I was a kid, so it's my turn to repay her.
It's wonderful to hear stuff like that. It really, really is. Like mama, like daughter. Hey, Peggy, stay safe.
Thank y'all so much, and y'all have a blessed day.
All right, my dear, and you do likewise, and we are having a blessed day. That's for sure. I wish a higher power than me, ministers, could go ahead and pray over this whole mess, because apparently they did a lot of praying, and maybe all of us have done a lot of praying. And for those of you who are of that ilk, of which I am, you say, wow, there's a power out there that sure was looking over our shoulder at us, and it's very good. For those of you just waking up who maybe were able to sleep through much of it, because in many cases you were able to sleep through some of it, we did not get even I would say even a glancing blow here in the Beaumont area. Now, you just heard what happened over there in Orange. A little different situation over there, but nevertheless, when we talked during the 8, 9, and 10 o'clock hours last night, we were talking about 40 miles inland for the surge. We were talking 10 to 15 to 20-foot waves, which would equate to a second-story building. And we understand that there was some damage at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. As a matter of fact, Greg's the one who passed that along to us. And I would imagine there's significant damage in Lake Charles and Cameron Parish. We're probably not going to hear from many of those folks over there because they are busy probably assessing the damage that they do have. But all systems probably going to be go within the next 24 hours. Judge Brannick scheduled to be with us a little later this morning, and he's probably going to give us not necessarily the all clear right away, but because they want to get out there and they want to assess the problems that we've had in the outlying areas. There are some power outages, and for those of you who are listening to us on the iHeartRadio app and have lost your power, I think all of us have gone during Hurricane Rita, which was the worst that I can remember. I remember being without power for right at 11 days. And after a while, the grind gets significant, and you're a little more on edge. This is not going to be that kind of situation. Looks like we're going to make out, especially on the Texas side, better. Want to hear from somebody over there in Bridge City and over in Port Arthur, as well as Orange and Orangefield, Little Cypress. You folks over there, as well as the people in Beaumont, if you got a comment, just let us know that you're safe, that everything is okay, or if you have, as Peggy just did a minute ago, assessed some damage. We understand that perfectly. So we are here, and on our schedule, we still have the cluster of radio stations here. Our continuing coverage on iHeartRadio continues with the now aftermath of Laura. Back in a moment.
Customers call April Tolbert Insurance at 866-1233 for help filing your claim.
It's more important than ever right now to reach out to your customers and let them know what your business is doing. So if you've updated your delivery options, created an online store, or just want to remind them how to reach you, advertising on the radio is the best way to do it. Go to iHeartAdBuilder.com to create your free radio ad. It's affordable and customizable. You can even do it all from your phone. Answer a few questions, listen, and approve the ad, and we'll get it on air. Sign up today at iHeartAdBuilder.com and get a free custom radio ad.
I made the coffee a little, not quite as strong this morning for you, sir. Jim Love. 12 hours ago, at 4:42 in the afternoon, things were looking a lot grimmer than they are right now. We are seeing a situation now where the Rainbow Bridge, I'm sure that I never really got any information whether it closed or not, but I'm sure is open now. And the highways coming back to Beaumont, those who are getting an early jump, who have maybe gotten the good news, you might be expecting a little bit of the same thing that you had going up yesterday, and that is a cluster of vehicles. But believe me, it'll be worth the wait to get home to your home. For those of you who have had some danger and some assessment, and it's obviously too early to tell right now. It'll be 7:30 before you can really get out and take a look. But, you know, we did mention this yesterday. It's so important to remember that you contact your agent as quickly as you can. Probably not at 4:42 in the morning, but maybe a little later this morning. And go ahead, get your documentation, get your claims, because the quicker you get a hold of your insurance company, the quicker you get on that list, and the more apt you are to go ahead and get claims settled. Now, while we are talking about that, and now that we are in the aftermath, for those of you who have had some sort of damage, just remember that the village idiots are going to be out there, and they are not from our village. They're from other villages. They come from, 50, 100, 200, 300 miles away. And in some cases, they're what we call the real shade tree carpenters, shade tree mechanics. They'll have a little business card and a little neon, a little sign on the side of their truck, and they'll tell you they've had this amount of experience. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask them. And when they assess your damage, ask for an explanation. And if they look at you funny, then maybe you need to go ahead and say, it's been nice knowing you. Because in the aftermath of every storm, and this goes back 20, 30, 40 years, and more advanced now than ever before, because people have learned how to be very, very slick. Now, your hometown people are the people that you can trust, the people who hang a shingle out here and have been in the business for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. These are the people that you can trust, the people that give you that lowball price. You maybe need to raise an eyebrow about that, because there is going to be some damage. And when the lights come on this morning at about just before 7 o'clock, I'm sure there are some people out there that are going to find that there is some damage. There are some limbs down. In many cases, limbs that have done some damage. Just be careful, and don't worry about getting it all done in one day. Take your time. It wasn't built in one day. It will not be rebuilt in one day. That's something to remember right there. And also, as we mentioned before, whatever you do, don't pray for what didn't happen. Don't say for a moment that, this was a big false alarm and I left for nothing. No, you left to protect your family and your loved ones. And you did that. And as things turned out, you were spared. And that is the thing you can be thankful for. Don't let the cash register in your brain overrule the goodness in your brain. That's for sure. We will be getting back to normal at some juncture. We are still, of course, with the complete iHeart family here of all of our stations in Southeast Texas, and we'll do so until we get the all-clear call. I would go ahead and suggest that this morning, if you have some things that need to be taken care of, that you call whoever you deal with, whether it's Home Depot or M&D Supply, Ritter, or whether it's Lowe's. I would imagine that some of these stores are going to be open as usual today. And as we mentioned earlier, you don't need to be in a real hurry to get all of if you've got some windows that look out to areas that you're not too worried about, you might want to leave those up for a week or two. You don't want to do, and we have done this on occasion, where we came back and took down everything, and a week later had another hurricane. Hurricane season is not over. The Lesser Antilles, the coast of Africa, this is where these things begin. And in doing so, sometimes, as was the case with Laura, 12, 13 days before they actually get here. And on that note, we also, Greg mentioned last night that the Weather Bureau maybe was a little too aggressive in the naming of Marco and Laura, because Laura should have been Marco and Marco should have been Laura, because this was the obviously the storm that got here first. And so the Marco storm, which was a non-entity, should have been Laura, and Laura should have been Marco. It probably wouldn't have made any difference other than in, what frame of mind we have when we remember storms. We'll definitely remember Laura, and we'll remember it. The people to the west side of the storm will remember it as almost a good storm. There ain't no such thing as a good storm, There ain't no such thing as a good accident either. I do that all the time when we talk about Vince, paint, and body, because there is no such thing as a good accident or a good wreck. They're all bad. And yet we have the propensity to go ahead and say there's a bad wreck out on the interstate. There's a bad wreck here on Cardinal Drive. They're all bad, and all storms are bad. There are no good storms out there, but maybe the lesser of the evils is what we got on the west side of the storm. On the east side of the storm, they haven't even begun to assess the damage, and once the lights come on, they'll realize that what took place in Cameron Parish, and of course what took place in Lake Charles, is going to take a long time to fix. Take a quick break. Back in a moment.
Florida, the Sunshine State. Most of the time, it's like paradise on Earth. Until hurricanes or other disasters hit. Luckily, Regency Disaster Response Team is here with the experience and expertise to handle any disaster that may strike, whether it's caused by water, fire, smoke, mold, or vandalism. With 24/7 emergency assistance, our relief team is ready to help right away, because every second counts in a disaster. We handle everything from initial assessment of the damage to full restoration of your property. No matter what size your loss is, from residential to area-wide disasters, we're prepared to help. Regency DRT also works with all insurance companies and strives to make the process as simple as possible for you. When disaster strikes, you only have to make one call to Regency DRT, and we'll handle the rest. Receive your free quote today by visiting our website at regencydrt.com. Regency DRT, a company you and your family can trust.
Hurricane Laura is now a 3, and that is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Look at it this way. Ike was just under a 3. It came ashore just before it came ashore. It was a 3, came ashore as a very, very high 2. So as a 3, Laura is still a dangerous 120-mile-an-hour storm. I was looking at some of the winds along the lines of Port Arthur, 73 miles an hour, Lake Charles, 73 miles an hour, Lacassine, which is just to the east of Lake Charles, same thing, 73 miles an hour. Laura still north at 15 miles per hour. And I guess the one thing that we can say about Laura in remembrance is that it stayed true to form the last 4 or 5 days. It did not have a lot of that wiggle or wobble that Greg Bostwick talked about many times. Those little wiggles can determine exactly your fate, as in the case of where we got that little break as of yesterday afternoon, where that storm just went a little farther east than first purported. And that was one of the big differences when we got on not the dirty side, which is the rain side, and that's the case, of course, that Lake Charles and Cameron and eastern Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana, actually south central Louisiana got, but even Lafayette did not get anything to speak of. A very, very tightly wound storm that found its way ashore, and of course named Lake Charles and Cameron Parish. And there is going to be, as the storm traverses northward up through Anacoco and Leesville and on into northern Louisiana up toward Natchitoches, Manny, Zwolle, and all the way into Shreveport. There will not be a level 2 storm in Shreveport. There will not be a level 1 because by then it will have dissipated. It is a Cat 3 right now, but at one point was right at a Cat 5. It was 150 mile an hour winds last night at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and when it hit shore, and of course I was asleep, and so I'm just going now by what Greg left us the information. Of course, it dissipated somewhat. The other thing that we've talked about for so long was the fact that, if indeed you are returning to your home and there is some damage, you need to go ahead and find out from your insurance company. Get your claim in, because the faster you get the information to the insurance company, the quicker that you'll be apt to go ahead and get someone out to assess your damage, and then you can get your claim settled. It's 4:53 at iHeartRadio. Our continuing coverage, until we are told not to do so, we will do so. I realize that there's not a whole lot to talk about when a storm like this subsides, except for the people who are in the wake of the storm and got some damage. You heard one of the ladies that we talked to from Orange. We're going to go ahead and take your calls. If you have a comment about the storm, if you have information about the storm, your personal experience of the storm, and you just want to spend a couple of moments with us, you can so at 896-5584. That's 896-5584, 800-330-5584. But in summation, once again, and I think Jim was on the air when all this happened, and so basically, what's the matter? There it is.
Well, actually, I missed much of that, too. I got back on about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And a lot of that was already transpiring. And again, we've been very, very lucky in Southeast Texas. Certainly, the guys in Lake Charles and Louisiana have not been as lucky, and we're sorry about that. But we, of course, are always glad not to have any more damage. One of the common denominators overnight, Al, with the calls was power outages, a lot of those, and some damage in the Groves area, damage in Orange County and such. But the other issue, and damage in other areas, again, depending on the structures and the winds, but the other thing that happened was we didn't see the surge we thought we would see in Bridge City. And that was very, very fortunate.
Yeah, Port Arthur, which, you always, you kind of feel for Port Arthur because it seems that they never get a break during these things. But even Port Arthur didn't get quite what they thought they would get.
Well, that's a 14-foot seawall.
Yeah.
So
and that helps.
That helps, though, of course, the surge that went in to the Lake Charles area was probably at one point above 14 feet. So, again, that shift over is what really saved a lot of Southeast Texas.
You can also thank Energy and previous hurricanes for the fact that some of the new poles that are up, actually, as we mentioned, there's some underground in different facilities and different neighborhoods. There's actually some underground wiring. We have come so far from where we were back in the 70s and 80s, and the new pole structures that were put up are meant to go ahead and take a little more of a severe beating than the old ones. And this has helped somewhat, too, in the fact that we had great cooperation from the folks at Energy over the years, that they've really, really tried to hustle and get the people out.
No question, though, there are significant power outages, and I think that's going to be one of the takeaways. This is more a wind event, but certainly significant power outages. Hopefully, they will be able, because they do have some better construction now, to get power back on quickly. But if you're listening on our iHeart app and you followed us through the night, you're saying, well, it wasn't as severe as we thought. We ought to come back.
But I don't have any power.
You're not going to have any power. That's pretty much the common denominator in Southeast Texas. I got a text that the Evadale area was out of power here a little earlier in Jasper County that moved through. And, of course, we're on the Jasper Newton Electric Co-op, but they purchase their power from Energy. So there's all an interconnection with these co-ops and with Energy, and that's going to be one of the key factors is getting power back. Things probably will not be open today because, again, the mandatory evacuation has not been lifted.
Yeah. I did talk to one of the employees from M&D Supply, and they said if all went well, they were planning on being open this morning. Now, I don't know whether they're on generator power or whether they managed to hold their power. But something to remember, and we'll talk about this at length when we come back during the 5 o'clock hour, the fact that I know tempers get very, very short when it's the temperature today is going to be up around 92, 93 degrees. And once that old haymaker comes out, and you don't have the air conditioning to cool you off, you don't have the fans to cool you off, you become a little more irritable. Just try to be as patient as you can. All of us at one point or another have gone through this situation. We went through it in Rita. We were very fortunate in Ike that our power was only out about 3 or 4 days. Rita, we went 11 days. I don't know how long you went without power during Rita, but 11 days. Then it starts.
2 weeks.
Yeah, it starts. Yeah, 2 weeks. It starts to grind.
Well, and power outages, seeing a note here, thousands without power as they wake up this morning. And, of course, I think for many people, they'll be going to sleep shortly because they probably stayed awake all night with the concern as the winds did pick up and come through. But, yes, thousands without power.
Yeah, and that's a normality. When in a situation like this, when you have winds upwards of 50 and 60 miles an hour, there's many times, as Greg alluded to, that you'll get winds of just on a normal August day or April, May day, you might get winds in excess of 50 or 60 miles an hour that will knock out power depending upon what grid you're on. And you know, many of us are without power for 3 or 4 hours. You know, up at Wildwood, our place up there, I mean, we're always losing power up there, and I understand that because of the landscape, and you just have to deal with it. But there's not a whole lot you can do because when your power's out, there's no AC, there's no fans, there's no computer, there's no radio, and that's another thing that we'll talk about when we come back, and that is the kids who live in homes without power, who are getting their education virtually, and they will not do so until that power
most
gets
of those
restored.
schools are closed now.
Yeah,
anyway.
the schools are closed anyway, so it doesn't mean a whole lot. Okay, we're going to take a break. We are going to be back at 5:05.
You're listening to continuous coverage of Hurricane Laura for Southeast Texas on News Talk 560, KLVI Beaumont, Kicker 95.1, KYKR Beaumont, 104.5 KISS FM Orange, and KKMY HD2, K277AG Beaumont, Big Dog 106, KOC Orange, and Cool 92.5, KCOL FM Grove.
Hurricane Laura is carving into Louisiana. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We have to wait till sunrise to find out how well we've done.
State Senator Barry Milligan, after Laura came ashore early this morning, a Category 4 storm with 150-mile-an-hour winds hitting Cameron, then Lake Charles.
Talk about 500,000 people who have evacuated. Many of them will have their homes underwater. Those who did not evacuate are going to face a very, very uncertain predicament.
Fox's Leland Vittert had 185-mile-an-hour gusts doing damage, leaving hundreds of thousands without power. Laura has weakened a little as it moves inland.
Storm surge still a very big danger inland, with storm surge upwards of 10 feet. Also, the potential for tornadoes. So heavy rainfall, we could see upwards of a foot in isolated spots.
Fox meteorologist Janice Dean. At the Republican convention, Vice President Pence took the spotlight.
The hard truth is,
You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America.
The president's big speech will be tonight from the White House. He sent federal officers to Kenosha, Wisconsin. Those protests last night did not include destruction and looting like days before in the anger over a police shooting of a black man Sunday. A 17-year-old is charged in the shooting during the protest the other night that killed 2 people. In New Zealand, sentencing for a mass murderer. Fox's Simon Owen has more live.
Dave, a white supremacist jailed for life with no chance of parole for shooting 51 people dead at 2 mosques in New Zealand.
It was brutal and beyond health. Your actions were inhuman.
The judge telling 29-year-old Australian Brenton Tarrant that he caused unprecedented despair. It's New Zealand's most severe sentence in more than 60 years. Dave?
America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network. Download and listen to The One with Craig Gutfeld.
Kat, I know that you are not particularly pleased with this decision to pick Kamala Harris.
And everyone keeps pointing to the fact that she was so mean to him in the debates. To me, it's not weird because you got the guy that wrote the 1994 crime bill and you have a draconian prosecutor. I think they're really a match made in heaven.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. America's listening to Fox News. Did you hear the news? Now you can. With instant updates from Fox News for Amazon Alexa. Breaking stories and top headlines. Daily coronavirus developments. The economy, and so much more. Brought to you by Fox News, America's #1 cable news network. Plus, setup couldn't be easier because everything's ready to go in the app. Just say,
Alexa, play news from Fox.
In Fox News.
it's the latest when you need it. On demand from Fox News and Amazon Alexa.
We've been warned Russia is trying to meddle in our elections again, like in 2016, and other countries as well. Social media companies are on the watch.
Securing America.
Twitter's Yoel Roth told the Atlantic Council the days and weeks after November 3rd could be a window for bad actors to sow discord.
In those moments when we don't yet have the results of the election, because it's an unprecedented year in the United States, in those moments, we should be particularly vigilant.
Facebook's head of security policy said the platform will have a 24-hour operations center to respond in real time. Both companies say they're better prepared to deal with false or misleading posts than in 2016. Rachel Sutherland, Fox News.
Now, conservatives have complained that social media companies have unfairly targeted some of their posts. Another university dealing with coronavirus clusters, NC State, telling students to move out of dorms days after shifting classes to online only. The University of North Carolina recently did the same thing. So did Notre Dame. The University of Alabama has had more than 500 corona cases, and another big gathering has become a problem.
It was a bachelorette party in late July with about 20 people renting a house together. Now a cluster of 19 coronavirus cases have pumped up in Massachusetts linked directly with that party. 17 of the guests of the party were from Mass, 2 others from Rhode Island. Both the state's health departments tracked them all down using contact tracing. Earlier this month, it was a wedding reception in Maine, which resulted in a cluster of 60 people coming down with COVID-19, including 1 death. John Saucier, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are down. So are most markets overseas. The day after the Dow rose 83 points, the Nasdaq surged 198 to a new record. In the NBA playoff bubble, no games. Players boycotted in protest to the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Wisconsin. 3 Major League Baseball games also postponed. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Try Pizza Hut's new Double It Box. You get 2 medium one-topping pizzas for just $12.99. They can choose what they want, and you get the taste that you enjoy. It's a win-win. Order the Double It Box for carryout or delivery at pizzahut.com. Prices and delivery areas, charges, and minimums vary. Delivery charge not a tip.
10 minutes. That's all it takes to complete your 2020 census form. That's less time than it takes to make your bed, check your email, or heat up leftovers. Your participation is vital. Results from the census affect funds for services like Medicaid and Medicare Part B. Plus, your Social Security number and citizen status is not required. 10 minutes to a better Florida. Visit 2020census.gov. That's 2020census.gov or call 1-844-432-9832. That's 1-844-432-9832. Brought to you by Hispanic Federation.
Your home's AC and heating unit can be one of the most expensive systems to fix or even replace. Avoid those costs by keeping things running properly with a precision tune-up from Service Experts Heating and Air Conditioning.
Call them now to schedule your preventative AC tune-up. Tell them you're a JR listener, and that tune-up is only $69. That's a $30 savings.
Their phone number is 386-EXPERTS. That's 386-EXPERTS to schedule your precision tune-up with Service Experts.
Save money and stay comfortable year-round by keeping your AC system properly tuned by the best. Service Experts Heating and Air Conditioning.
By the way, some of you out there, business people that want to let people know that you are back open for business, you can call our 409 number, 926-2266, 926-2266. Your post-storm services, your general business hours, and all the things that you would like to communicate to people, because a lot of people out there just do not know which businesses are open. I know they're going to be perusing once we get light this morning, which is going to be right at about 10 minutes before 7 o'clock. No hurricanes ever act exactly the same. Ike was not like Rita. Rita was not like Umberto. Umberto was obviously not like Harvey. Imelda was not like the current situation with Laurel, which, by the way, now is a Category 2.
Not unexpected as it moves north to sort of quickly lose some strength.
Yeah, it's eventually going to make its way up into Arkansas, Tennessee, and then take a right turn, probably up through Kentucky, and it's going to be probably not much of a storm. But when you think of the catastrophic damage that it could have inflicted on an entire area, and then you shrink it back down to where it is 2 areas or 3. There was, of course, significant damage in Lake Charles. We'll find out later on this morning.
Yeah, significant damage there, damage in southeast Texas. It just could have been far worse.
Yeah, and that's it. And some people really lucked out, and the farther west that you were, the better off that you are. Case in point, people who live toward Winnie, Greg, before he left this morning, mentioned the fact that, they have their power on in Winnie, never have lost the power. A lot of people have lost power, and as Jim mentioned just before the Fox News at 5 o'clock, a significant amount of people are without power and are going to be without power for whatever length of time it takes for the energy workers to get out and hook you back up.
Yeah, the takeaway is going to be significant power outages in southeast Texas and some wind damage. No rain. And earlier this morning, we talked with some folks at Crystal Beach. It was a beautiful evening.
Yeah.
Talked to some folks at Orange and talked to some folks in Groves who had trees through their house. So it all depends on where you live, and talked to also some other folks in Lake Charles, and it was sort of maximum damage. So we've been very lucky. Sheriff Billy Rolls talking to us just before 4 o'clock this morning, and at that point he was moving through the Newton County area toward daybreak. Most of these winds should be out of southeast Texas. And as you mentioned, they'll be going up towards Shreveport and other areas, but most of that's going to be out of southeast Texas by daybreak.
Yeah, you're not going to be looking at a level 2 in Shreveport, or you're not going to be looking at a level 2 in Newton. You're going to be looking at something probably, it's down to a Cat 2 now, 110 mile an hour winds, which, by the way, are nothing to poof off, because 110 mile an hour winds, Category 2, is pretty strong a category, and it can do a lot of damage. And so, Hurricane Laura at 110 or 115 is still a very, very potent storm, and wending its way, of course, further inland. And some of the areas, like, as we mentioned, in south central Louisiana, Leesville, Anacoco, DeRidder, DeQuincy, areas like that are going to be affected, but significant damage in parts of East Texas, Southeast Texas, and, of course, Southwest Louisiana. This could have been... Well, I'm sure that if you're in Lake Charles, you're saying it couldn't have been any worse. Probably right. It couldn't have been much worse. unless it was one of those storms that hovered. And I guess if there is one good thing to recall from Laura is the way, and Greg had talked about this for at least 2 days before, it moves quickly. And that's better than a storm that gets within about 5, 10, 15, 20 miles ashore and then just sits there and boils up and regenerates and then comes in as a Cat 2 or a Cat 3 and gains strength as it gets ready to come in. Laura hit exactly almost to the point where it was said that she would hit. It was hit pretty close to the time they said she would hit. And pretty close to what was described as the velocity that she would hit.
Well, and to give you an idea, the Lake Charles Convention Center gutted by Hurricane Laura. Again,
that's downtown. The Lake Charles Civic Center. Civic Center is the convention center, I'm sure, because I know the Lake Charles Civic Center very well, and it's right at that first turn when you come across the bridge.
Yeah,
that's a downtown area.
Convention center as well as a skyscraper and such. So again, there has been significant damage in that area, and not to minimize the damage in this area, just thankfully not as much damage. Again, lots of power out.
What is the casino right next door to the Golden Nugget Casino? Harold had told me about that earlier. What?
The LaBerge.
The LaBerge. He's my casino expert. But we were talking, Greg, and this was about 9 o'clock last night, talked about the fact that the LaBerge on top, when the winds were at 150, which is just shy of a Category 5, probably was going to get hit with a Cat 5, because the higher up you go, obviously, the more chance you have to get anything. Boy, when you get a little sleep, you drop about an octave.
Yeah, I get the pipes when I get the.
Anyway, my partner through the middle of the evening, from about 7 o'clock till 11 o'clock last night, we talked at great length about the fact that the casino industry is, to some extent, the lifeblood of Lake Charles. I know we have the plants over there and everything.
It's a big. For the entertainment part of things. It's huge.
There's so many people now that, because of the coronavirus, were laid off because of the social distancing aspect. Now are going to be looking at unemployment again because of the fact that you don't have a casino to play in anymore.
Right, and how long will it take to bounce back?
That's a good question. You're talking about probably new floors.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
New carpeting, new walls.
Oh, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah,
in Lake Charles.
And, we're not even going to know until the morning light exactly how bad that Lake Charles got it, how bad Cameron Parish got it.
And if I know we have a lot of listeners over in Southwest Louisiana. If you want to give us a call and tell us how things are over there, you can do so at 409-896-5584 for the Lake Charles residents.
Or 800.
Or the 800-330-5584.
Yeah.
And again, if you're tuned into us this morning and want to give us an update on what's happening over in Lake Charles, or you're part of Southwest Louisiana, go ahead and give us a call.
Or Southeast Texas. We talked to some people
absolutely.
from Orange a little earlier this morning. As we said, it's now a Cat 2 and still a storm to be reckoned with 120-mile-an-hour winds. One of the things in areas where you did get some water, and even if you didn't get any water, there are going to be some lines down. The lines are down because the power is out, and you need to be so careful when you're assessing damage and coming up and down your street. Make sure that you're not getting yourself in the way of a live wire, because that's quick extermination. There's no doubt about it.
And they're out there.
Yeah, they are. Something else that we mentioned in areas where you did get quite a bit of water, and of course, over in Little Cypress, Mauriceville, and Orangefield, and Bridge City, and the Port Arthur area, you get a lot of those critters that are looking for dry land.
Yes.
And so that's just one other thing to be aware of. in this post Laura situation that we're in right now.
It's going to be a long recovery.
Yeah, it is.
For some.
For some it's going to be a long recovery. And, you know, as we mentioned during the evening.
Well, we're still watching Laura's news.
Well, afraid not. Okay.
All right.
We're getting a little update from Greg. The sixth storm to hit our area in the past 15 years, almost to the date, gives us a storm every 2.5 years. And I don't want to hear about Florida's storms because I don't think that there's any area. Florida has not had near the significant weather problems that we have had here in Southeast Texas. We've had, this is our third or fourth major. Well, I don't know if you would consider Harvey certainly was a major in terms of flooding, yes. And Imelda the same way. But boy, we got a lot of damage out of both Rita and Ike. Umberto, which is the forgotten hurricane, from time to time, and certainly there's going to be more damage than meets the eye. Sounds good. Sounds good to open with, but once things get lit up this morning, we're going to find out exactly who was fortunate and who wasn't fortunate. Some, for the people who never even lost power, they are sure to say it was a non-event.
Right. You know, and when we talk about every 2.5 years, you take each one of those storms, each one of them takes years of recovery.
Well, you know, the storms that we had during the 70s and the 80s were basically, you know, far apart. I remember where I talk about Alicia, which was the Galveston storm, very, very tightly wound, with winds of 120 miles an hour, which made it a Cat 2, which is where Laura is right now. That storm in Galveston was unbelievable, and 70 miles away here in Beaumont, people thought that I was putting them on. They said, hey, man, the sun is shining over here. What are you talking about? And over in Galveston, they were getting hammered. And that's 65 to 70 miles away.
Well, I mean, that's almost the same situation here when you look at Lake Charles.
Yes.
And, of course, we
56 miles from here to Lake Charles.
Now you go another 20 miles to our west, away from Lake Charles, which is less than 100. You go less than 100 miles to the west, mm-hmm. and they're not having any issues.
Oh, so. No issues whatsoever. Greg did not lose power at his house in Winnie.
Right.
And, you know, when you get toward the Hankamer area and Smith Point and Anahuac, those people, what storm? We don't have a storm. Take a break. Back in a moment.
Gas mileage?
With the new iPhone SE for less than $100 at Metro, you rule. It's the most affordable iPhone on the #1 brand in prepaid. So whether you're studying online or FaceTiming.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, dear. The iPhone SE has all you need. Switch to Metro and get the iPhone SE for $99.99 after rebate redemption and 6 months of service with AutoPay. Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day. Limit 1 per account/household. Requires port and ID validation. Not valid for numbers currently on the T-Mobile network or active on Metro in past 90 days. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
What does a Joe Biden presidency look like? Getting our kids offline and learning safely again. Not worrying about being laid off. Taking paid time off. And not being so sick and tired. Instead, getting close to those you love again. President Joe Biden will combat the pandemic, reopen schools safely, put us back to work, and strengthen healthcare coverage. Vote Biden for president. Unite the Country is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Try Pizza Hut's new Double It Box. You get 2 medium, 1-topping pizzas for just $12.99. They can choose what they want, and you get the taste that you enjoy. It's a win-win. Order the Double It Box for carryout or delivery at pizzahut.com. Prices and delivery areas, charges, and minimums vary. Delivery charge not a tip.
As electricity rates continue to rise, it's time for a change. Introducing the Generac Power Cell, a battery storage system that captures and stores energy from solar panels or the electric grid. This Generac Power Cell system can be used to power your home during peak demand times. It helps you save money and protect your home from unexpected power outages. Act now and save 26% with federal tax credits. O'Galley Electric, our local dealer, is offering free estimates and financing now. Click the Generac image to log on and schedule your free estimate.
Category 2 and now down to 110 miles an hour. Hurricane Laura. As our coverage continues on our iHeartRadio cluster, the storm per se, and obviously we needed a little bit of rain here in southeast Texas, in the Beaumont area specifically. The folks over in Bridge City and the folks over in Port Arthur, who always get a multitude of whatever storm it seems to be, got significant amounts of rain in some parts, as one caller we talked to earlier this morning from Orange said, that the water that they had was not flood damage, but it was leaking from the rain that had fallen. And so many people, of course, that stayed in place and have those generators and I'm sure you have the ability to go ahead and get them on. Just be safe with them. They can be a weapon as well as a comfort. But a lot of people are going to get a chance to maybe try out those new generators that heretofore have not been on for more than 30 or 40 seconds to crank them up and make sure that they work. And so this will help people. Now, this might be, literally speaking, a good time to buy a generator. I had a generator. I sold my generator because when we went through that period of 2009, 2010, I said, I just maybe don't need this anymore. But if you have the room for them, a generator hooked up by a professional electrician can certainly be a boon to keeping you a little bit cool. Most of them out there will run refrigerators and they'll run a fan. But unless you get a big boy, it's going to take a lot to run that central air. I don't know. Jim might know what size generator we have here, but we fired that puppy up. It came on this morning automatically, I think, at right around about 10 to 3.
It automatically comes on when the power goes down.
Yeah.
And I guess the size of a generator, big.
Yep. If maybe you did, and I don't know how many people slept through it. Well, Harold had been up almost 24 hours when he got just a couple of hours of shut-eye. Mm-hmm. And, mine was pretty much the same. So when I did lay down last night, I was able to sleep with no problem whatsoever, and woke up to just a little bit of vibration here in the Beaumont area. Now, we were very fortunate. People next door at Channel 6, they were also very, very fortunate. There are some parts of southeast Texas as well as southwest Louisiana that not only lost power, but got some damage done. And as morning light appears, we'll find out about that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you got to wait for daylight to do a lot of the assessment. And once again, that's when a lot of your emergency management personnel will go out to survey the areas.
It's going to be interesting to see, when we talked yesterday afternoon to Greg during the 7 o'clock hour, we talked about the seawater. Not the water from rain, but seawater coming ashore in Lake Charles, and I would choose to believe that this is a storm that is going to be in magnitude worse than Audrey. And the old timers that are still around, and you have to be an old timer to remember Audrey because it was 1957. They talk about the fact that there's never been a storm like Audrey. Well, now there has. And Harold said to me last night about 8 o'clock, he said, this is a storm that we'll be talking about for a long time to come. And I do hope that it is a storm that we'll be talking about for a long time to come. I don't want another one that we can talk over this one about. This is as bad as it needs to get.
And you could say if you're in Beaumont or some area that did not get the impact of the storm, you might be thinking, why is it what we're going to talk about? That thing could have shifted a little bit to the west, and we'd be talking a lot more about it.
Now, a lot of the folks that were evacuated by bus, I'm sure will be coming back into the area. Not today, but probably maybe tomorrow. possibly Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple days. You want to make sure everything's cleaned up, and you want to make sure, power is restored. And, I want to go back to the evacuation, and I hope nobody out there gets upset with the mandatory evacuation.
Well,
being
there will be.
called.
There will be.
Well, I don't want to be ugly or whatever, but you're going to have to get over that because, as you mentioned, that thing goes out in that Gulf, and it shifts here or there. If they say, okay, no evacuation, and then at 2 o'clock in the morning they say, we're going to have a problem at 4 o'clock in the morning, we've got a big problem.
Yeah, and, just count your blessings instead of sheep, as the old song goes. Yeah. Just be glad that when you get back to your home, that it is intact, and if there is any damage, it's so minor that it's nothing like you imagine. Because I'll tell you what goes through people's minds, and, I'm a guy that I carry the blood pressure monitor with me, and, I always check it at least twice a day. And I was noticing that my blood pressure was up significantly yesterday because I was worried about my forever home.
Well, your adrenaline's going. I mean,
yeah.
Everything is this. There's a lot of concern going into a storm.
And our job, of course, is to be here and report on what we find out and pass along to people in this area that have chosen to stay, or those that are listening with the iHeartRadio app, maybe 100, 200, 300, 400 miles away. It's our job to do this, so we have to leave our crops unattended, so to speak. And so we worry like everybody else. And in many cases, I remember coming back after Rita and saying, taking a look up at, especially at our lake home in Wildwood, which really got much more significant damage than our home in Beaumont did.
3-minute stations, 3 minutes to your next Fox News 3030.
Well, that's good to know. Okay.
Yeah, we don't know what time it is.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take that break with him, by the way, at the bottom of the hour. And we are standing ready to go ahead and continue our round-the-clock broadcast courtesy of the folks here at iHeartRadio. And we have triaged all our stations, and we'll do so until we are told to go back to regular programming, which I'm beginning to think, now might be close to about 9 o'clock.
I think that's right. And again, if you're out and about, we do invite you to give us a call.
Oh, store owners out there that are going to open up. We'll be glad to put you on the air and let you inform the public that you will be open, because number one, people are going to be looking for, now that the power is out in many cases, you're going to be looking for ice.
Right.
Where can I get ice? Where can I get water?
The only issue with stores opening, and I know businesses want it to be open, and I know citizens want resources, we're still under a mandatory evacuation.
Yes, we are,
so
until daylight.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry, that's a curfew.
That's a curfew.
But a mandatory, yeah.
Until the county judges and around the county, until they lift those mandatory evacuations, you really shouldn't be. You can't be out and about.
You're breaking the law in essence, is what you're doing.
Right.
And you need to bear that in mind.
I know nobody wants a resource and wants to get back at it, but you cannot be out and about. Non-essential personnel cannot be out and about because we are under a mandatory evacuation.
Yeah, and also always a nod to our faith-based organizations who are always in the aftermath of these storms, always Johnny on the spot. They're out there passing out water and ice and diapers and processed food. And they just do a wonderful. I don't know where they come from. I don't know where they get these supplies, but all of a sudden they're out there and they've got bukus of water and ice, and they do just a wonderful job. Most people are going to be, except in some very, very affected areas, and that would include the southeastern part of the state, close to the Louisiana border, and of course, obviously, the state of Louisiana, especially southwestern Louisiana, in the Westlake, Sulphur, Lake Charles area, even east of Lake Charles, Lacassine, and then, of course, moving upwards toward DeRidder, DeQuincy, Leesville, and the like. So a lot of our listeners are not completely out of the woods yet. A lot of our listeners are not out of the woods, period. And so we're serving a purpose by helping them along while at the same time you're getting this opportunity to enjoy a much better non-holiday.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. There are people calling to say they're stranded in southwest Louisiana, but there's no way to get to them, with Hurricane Laura pounding the Gulf Coast with 150-mile-an-hour wind and up to 20-foot storm surge. National Hurricane Center Director Ken Graham tells Fox.
It's just a force of water. I mean, think about all the winds pushing that water in and well inland. Just an incredibly dangerous situation for all those folks.
Around 300,000 homes and businesses are without power in Louisiana and Texas. Vice President Mike Pence, the featured speaker during the Republican convention's third night.
Vice President Pence, with Fort McHenry in Maryland as a backdrop, urged Americans to use the soldiers of long ago as an example.
From these hallowed grounds, American patriots in generations gone by did their part to defend freedom. Now it's our turn.
President Trump formally accepts the party's nomination tonight.
Fox's Gernal Scott. America's listening to Fox News.
5:31 now at iHeartRadio headquarters as Al Caldwell, Harold Mann, move along toward the 9 o'clock hour. With updates whenever we get them, Laura is now a Cat 2 at 110 miles an hour. Next advisory will be about 90 minutes away. And I think as far as advisories in Southeast Texas, the only advisory that we need is when we can open up the cities. And I'm sure that a lot of people want to know about that. Those of you that are listening in Austin or San Antonio or Georgetown, and you're so anxious to get back here, you might go ahead and check to see if your power is on, because if your power is not on, that's going to be the end of a non-glorious trip, because you've got AC where you're at, and you've got all the amenities that you won't have, including no radio, no television, no computer access, no air conditioning, no refrigeration unless you have ice. And so if you're away and firmly ensconced in a place and have already paid your rent through today, it might behoove you to go ahead and take one more day, because coming back to a situation where you've been kind of pampered to a degree, and then finding out that you don't have power, no electricity, it's not going to be a pleasant journey once you get here. As we mentioned, Laura, still a hurricane and still a Cat 2, but situation is such that it is now diminishing somewhat, and we will not get that Category 2 that we thought we would get in Newton. Could still be a Category 1. Still some flash flood advisories out there, and a good chance of precipitation in parts of southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana. As we said here earlier, we certainly can use the rain in southeast Texas. And so, 2 to 3 inches in parts, especially over in the Beaumont area, would be more than welcome. And for those of you, and there are some that are still looking for an explanation, as predicted and as had advertised, Laura went into Cameron Parish and Lake Charles full bore as a Cat 4 with winds of up to 150 miles an hour, and the storm tightened considerably. And when it did, as Greg Boswick has often mentioned, the west side of the storm, which is the side that we're on now, is traditionally the weaker side. And because of the fact that it weakened significantly, we didn't get the impact that we thought we would get in parts of Beaumont, in parts of Mid-County. I talked to a gentleman this morning from Port Neches at about 4:15, and he said it was a stroll in the park, so to speak. Of course, he's like 18 feet up above sea level, so he's in pretty good shape. The city of Port Arthur, by the way, is at 7 feet of sea level, and we're at 18 feet here in the city of Beaumont. So there is a significant difference. If you're always wondering why Port Arthur floods, as Jim mentioned earlier, they've got that 18-foot levee, which has certainly helped Port Arthur. But nevertheless, you have a situation and an economic situation that maybe, if you're in good shape, you probably don't realize the financial stability or the instability that many people are in a lot of these areas. This is maybe the reason that they didn't go They didn't have a place to go. Number one, they didn't want to leave their belongings behind. They didn't want to leave their home behind. And if they weren't on one of those buses paying for their own hotel room, they just couldn't do it. One of the things, and we had mentioned this, and I guess this is how God works in mysterious ways. People normally, in a circumstance like this, say August 24, 25, and 26, if you were leaving the area and heading toward Dallas, there would be conventions in Dallas, there would be conventions in Austin and San Antonio, and there would be summer vacationers, and you would pull up to a sorry, no room at the inn sign, but with an excess of 225,000 hotel rooms across the state of Texas that are vacant because of, the coronavirus. It wasn't a problem for most people to find lodgings when they got out of the way. A lot of the people early on yesterday took off going east of Lake Charles. It wasn't a good move, but fortunately they got farther down the line. A lot of them went to places like Destin and Orange Beach in Alabama and the like. And so on that scenario, they were very, very fortunate. It'll be interesting to see the interstate traffic. And, of course, our studios are right next door to Interstate 10. So we'll be finding out exactly when the traffic will be ramping back up. And it's not going to take long, but it's going to be a while before we get the businesses back open. And as Harold mentioned, we are still under a mandate, an evacuation mandate.
Yeah, we are under that mandatory evacuation, and that is all counties across southeast Texas. You talk about travel, do not travel east. If you're out of Texas, do not travel east. Orange County, even out of Jefferson County, Orange County's having their issues, and we all know what Calcasieu Parish, what they're experiencing right now. So if you get on the, if you need to travel, do not travel into Southwest Louisiana. Let their officials start to get them back on their feet.
Yeah, they've got a tremendous job on their hands, no doubt about it. It is 5:37 at News Talk Radio KLVI. Quick break and back in a moment.
With the new iPhone SE for less than $100 at Metro, you rule. It's the most affordable iPhone on the #1 brand in prepaid. So whether you're studying online or FaceTiming.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, dear. The iPhone SE has all you need. Switch to Metro and get the iPhone SE for $99.99 after rebate redemption and 6 months of service with AutoPay. Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day. Limit 1 per account/household. Requires port and ID validation. Not valid for numbers currently on the T-Mobile network or active on Metro in past 90 days. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Try Pizza Hut's new Double It box. You get 2 medium one-topping pizzas for just $12.99. They can choose what they want, and you get the taste that you enjoy. It's a win-win. Order the Double It box for carryout or delivery at pizzahut.com. Prices and delivery areas, charges, and minimums vary. Delivery charge not a tip.
Your home's AC and heating unit can be one of the most expensive systems to fix or even replace. Avoid those costs by keeping things running properly with a precision tune-up from Service Experts Heating and Air Conditioning.
Call them now to schedule your preventative AC tune-up. Tell them you're a JR listener, and that tune-up is only $69. That's a $30 savings.
Their phone number is 386-EXPERTS. That's 386-EXPERTS to schedule your precision tune-up with Service Experts.
Save money and stay comfortable year-round by keeping your AC system properly tuned by the best. Service Experts Heating and Air Conditioning.
I'm not a superhero. My friends just play this when I hook them up with cold drinks from McDonald's, like an icy cool caramel frappe. Right now, you can get any small McCafe beverage for $2, any size cool creamy iced coffee for $1.69, or any size refreshing soft drink for just $1. Yep, I'm just a regular guy who happens to know where to get a refreshing variety of cold drinks. But I guess around here that is a superpower, because it's not just a drink, it's a McDonald's drink. Prices and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
You've saved your whole life for retirement, and you still don't have the peace of mind that you're going to be okay. Now more than ever, your investments matter. For over 40 years, planners at Certified Financial Group in Altamont Springs have been serving as fiduciaries when providing financial planning and investment advice. Their focus is on your goals and a custom approach to financial peace of mind. Remember, anyone can say they're a fiduciary, but only certified financial planners are legally obligated to act in your best interest. They have 12 experts under one roof. Certified Financial Group. Experienced, knowledgeable, focused on you. If your financial planner is not certified, or you merely need a second opinion, set up your no-obligation visit today. From your cell phone, dial pound 250. Say the keyword certified planner. That's pound 250. Certified planner. You'll be connected in seconds so you can start planning tomorrow, today. Financialgroup.com. Planning and investment management for a fee through Certified Advisory Corp., a registered investment advisor.
20 minutes away from 6 o'clock on iHeartRadio's continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. Laura still a Cat 2. Some gusty winds throughout the area around Bridge City, Orange, still in Lake Charles as the storm makes its way up the central part of Louisiana and the far eastern part of southeast Texas, Newton, on up through Rayburn, Toledo Bend. Nothing like was early predicted. And as I said, you cannot predict a storm any more than you can predict a young schoolgirl. And that's probably the best analogy I can think of, because a hurricane has a mind of its own, even though it's an inanimate object, and it will do what it feels it wants to do. And this is one that when it came into Lake Charles, it stayed in Lake Charles. That's it, and just kind of thumbed its nose at the rest of southwestern Louisiana and southeast Texas, although the Bridge City, Little Cypress, Mauriceville, Orange, Port Arthur area has had, in many cases, some significant damage and lots of power outages.
Right, and again, as we mentioned, we really would not be able to evaluate this until the sun comes up and our personnel get out to do assessments. Matter of fact, we do know there's obviously power outages in the Bridge City area because that's where the KLVI transmitter is, and we're off, on the KLVI, so we're not operating on KLVI.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
that was a worrisome thing. But it seems like KLVI always carries us through the storm, and then it decides to crap out at the end, like, okay, I'm tired, man. I'm going home. I'm going to rest for a while. Yeah. And Richard, our chief engineer, is looking into that now. But
yeah, they're on the way out there.
It's probably water damage, because I would assume that they got quite a bit of water out in that area. We're in you ever been out at the transmitter?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You talk about a marshy area, and you talk about the snakes out there. The snakes and the rabbits, I want to tell you. There's a lot of them out there, but, that's why we're not operating on the KLVI side right now. We're operating on...
It's off of FM 1442 in Orange County.
Exactly.
And Bridge City, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so we're operating on the other FM stations that we have, and this is probably one of the reasons that we're not getting the calls that we usually get, because people are saying, well, KLVI is off the air. And if they look at, because they really consider KLVI as the hurricane station. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We're the station that's always on during and sometimes almost in our mind, almost in excess. I remember in the aftermath of Hurricane Rita, what were we on, 10 or 11 days? Something like that?
We were nonstop for quite a while.
Yeah. And, of course, we had plenty to talk about in the aftermath because of all the damage. There are power outages here in Beaumont. There is probably some damage in parts of Beaumont. I know that let us not discount for a moment our friends over in Orange County because they have got quite a situation over there where they did still get a lot of the brunt of the storm. And as you go farther east, of course, on the dirty side, it gets worse. And, when you go to Cameron Parish, horrible there. And, of course, Lake Charles, horrible there. And I know that we've really stuck on that on that one point. But it is just so sad that Lake Charles has gotten wiped out the way that they have. We really have a prayer in our hearts for those people over there, and hope that, because not only you're talking about the commercial damage, but you're also talking about the homes. There are a lot of homes in Lake Charles that are right at sea level.
And I've got a handful of friends over there through the broadcast and connection with McNeese State, and there was a couple of friends I have over there that they were never going to leave, and they said, we're going to ride this out, but they got out. I mean, they got out because they knew the severity of that storm heading right at them.
Well, a lot of people don't realize, just like they always talk about New Orleans, New Orleans is on the Mississippi. New Orleans is not on the Gulf.
Correct.
And so when you talk about New Orleans getting, and by the way, they were very fortunate in this one. As a matter of fact, all of eastern Louisiana, as advertised, they said that New Orleans was going to be pretty much scot-free on this one, and Baton Rouge, and they were. There were some warnings up for the possibility of tornadoes in the Lafayette and Lake Charles area. That 30-some-odd distance between 38-mile distance between Lake Charles and Lafayette. There's a lot of open territory out there, and room for a storm to roam. Anyway, it is 5:46 at News Talk Radio KLVI. As we mentioned, southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Newton County in southeastern Texas, eastern Orange County in southeast Texas until 7:15, still under a flash flood warning. At about 5 o'clock this morning, Doppler radar located thunderstorms and heavy rain across the warned area. Between 5 and 6 inches of rain have fallen. And of course, as dry as the area was, they were able to absorb more of this rain than they usually do. And that's a good thing. 5:46 at KLVI.
In 2008, our economy was close to collapse. The Recovery Act brought America back. Here are the top 5 things you need to know. President Obama chose Joe Biden to run it. It created millions of jobs by investing in the middle class with less than 1% waste. Biden helped kick off the longest period of job creation in U.S. history, and he can do it again. Paid for by Unite the Country, unitethecountry.com, and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Ah, Florida, the Sunshine State. Most of the time, it's like paradise on Earth. Until hurricanes or other disasters hit. Luckily, Regency Disaster Response Team is here with the experience and expertise to handle any disaster that may strike, whether it's caused by water, fire, smoke, mold, or vandalism. With 24/7 emergency assistance, our relief team is ready to help right away because every second counts in a disaster. We handle everything from initial assessment of the damage to full restoration of your property. No matter what size your loss is, from residential to area-wide disasters, we're prepared to help. Regency DRT also works with all insurance companies and strives to make the process as simple as possible for you. When disaster strikes, you only have to make one call to Regency DRT and we'll handle the rest. Receive your free quote today by visiting our website at regencydrt.com. Regency DRT, a company you and your family can trust.
Hey, time to cook out in the backyard is coming up this summer, and I look forward to cooking on my Big Green Egg. If you don't have one, you got to get one, and you got to get it from Wassey's Meat Market. You would be foolish to buy a Big Green Egg anywhere else. It's Wassey's Meat Market. They have all the accessories you would ever need, the lowest prices in the entire state of Florida, and the best knowledge on the Big Green Egg. Matter of fact, they even have cooking classes that you would love at Wassey's Meat Market. You could check them out if you go and follow them on Instagram at Wassey's Meat Market, or go to their website, and that's Wassey'sMeatMarket.com to get the Big Green Egg. It's Wassey's Meat Market for the Big Green Egg. We are not the banks.com, certified home buyers that can help you buy a home today. We are not the banks.com is who I use when I bought a brand new house. My daughters use them. Jimmy's use them. They are absolutely awesome. It's wearenotthebanks.com. They can close most loans in 21 days. It's wearenotthebanks.com. Become a certified home buyer. Don't expect anything else other than perfection when you deal with wearenotthebanks.com. Brad Siebert is awesome, and he can help you buy a house today. It's wearenotthebanks.com.
Keep your employees and families safe. America's #1 cleaning solutions provides electrostatic disinfecting services for your office building and your home. Call 407-274-3354 or go to americasnumber1cleaning.com today.
Hi, Nancy at Creative Floors. Has all this time at home made you realize how much you'd like to give your floors a makeover? We are open and we've taken the necessary precautions to protect you, our customers, and employees. We invite you to come by and take advantage of all the fantastic savings in the buy now, pay later finance offers. Whether it's carpet, tile, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, or laminate you're looking for, we have the selection and the savings you don't want to miss. Please visit us at CreativeFloorsOnline.com for locations where it's worth talking to the experts.
10 away from 6 o'clock at iHeartRadio's continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. As we mentioned, our AM station, KLVI, is experiencing some difficulty, but we are on the air with the other four stations, the other FMs, 92.5, 104.5, 95.1, and 106.1. We are still looking at the possibility of tornadic activity throughout at least 8:30 or 9 o'clock this morning, and a flash flood warning is in effect. A lot of widespread power outages, and we're finding more now as the morning goes by, that there are a lot more people out there without power than first reckoned with. And Energy will be getting a crew of in excess of 7,400 people out there, people from all across this country that have come here from Oklahoma and Arkansas and Tennessee. And, of course, a lot of that will be diverted to the Southeast Texas region, Bridge City, Orangefield, and the like, Little Cypress, as well as over in the part of Lake Charles that, of course, is covered by the Energy people. 7,400 workers will be dispersed. They are here. They are in waiting. And, of course, they're waiting for daylight, number one, because you can't do anything in the dark. And number two, they're waiting to go out there and get the power on for people who are without power. We hopefully will be talking about at least some places that might be opening up today, some retail establishments that will have some of the things that you need, especially if you're without power. If you got power, there's nothing really to worry about. If you're without power, then you're worrying about ice and you're worrying about water, but that's probably something that you took care of before the storm started anyway. 5:52 at News Talk Radio, AM 560, KLV. Well, no, that's right. KLVI is not on the air with us right now. It's hard to keep up with all this stuff. It really, really is. Okay. Yeah. Let me see. Where were we? Okay. The latest information, of course, and this is old hat now, because as of around 3 o'clock this morning, we found out that the Lake Charles area was going to be, as advertised, bombarded, and it was significantly. And I still don't believe that we have any idea of the severity of the damage in Lake Charles, in Cameron Parish, and for that matter, in Bridge City and Orange and the like. We will, as the morning progresses, get an update reports from the people in Orange County and also the people in Jefferson County, and we'll be finding out exactly how many people are without power. But Hurricane Laura still moving at about north at 15 miles an hour, just as it was 6 hours ago, 8 hours ago, and has detensified, as one I decided to make up this morning, because it's gone down from almost category 5, lacking 6 miles an hour, by the way, at 150 mile an hour winds, all the way down to 110 at last report, which puts it still in a category 2. And it will probably hit as a category 1 in parts of the northern reaches of East Texas. Let's see. Okay, without power, Buena, Call, Wildwood, Evadale. Additional rainfall amounts of 4 to 5 inches in the warned areas, and if you've got the rain, you already know about it. And in most places that I can think of, even Jim said, up in the Evadale area, they certainly had a significant need for rain, so that was a good thing. That happened there. As far as the wind damage, of course, that's something that we didn't need. And being on the west side of the storm, we did get some damage wind-wise. By the way, if your business or organization is cleaning up, and you offer cleanup services or post-storm services, or your general business hours, or your status updates, or a message that you need to communicate to our listeners in the greater Beaumont-Port Arthur area, please call 2266. That's area code 409 926 2266. Our representatives will be glad to go ahead and get your schedule on the air, and there's still no better way of doing it than doing it through radio.
Another venue you could go to find out in this recovery is setinfo.org, setinfo.org, and that will give you a lot of information of right here in Southeast Texas.
Yeah, and you know what we used in Beaumont a couple of days ago? We used the old 311 number. Worked very well. We were trying to find out just exactly we were trying to find out about trash. Right. Yeah, we find out if there was going to be garbage day yesterday, and they said no, Tuesday was the last day. And so that was the 311 call, and we had to wait on hold maybe 45 seconds, maybe a minute, and that's it.
Yeah, okay, that's a good deal. The 311 number is a very good accessible number here in Beaumont, but for, like I say, setinfo.org.
Yeah, that's also very, very good. And at Dawn's Early Light, which will be right at 10 before 7 o'clock, we'll be getting an assessment. Probably talk to Judge Brannick as the morning goes along. I know
I've got a text out to him. I know he's very busy, so hopefully we'll get him a little bit after 6 o'clock.
Also talk with Orange County.
Yeah, we could try to get Judge Gothi on again. We also visit with trying to get Mayor Becky Ames. So we've got text messages out, and we totally understand these officials are very busy right now as the morning starts coming along.
Yeah, and their busy days really going to start probably around 7 o'clock this morning. Those of you out there who have had damage of some sort, you might go ahead and get your documentation all taken care of and get with your insurance agent. Doubt that they're there at 5:57, but they will be there later this morning. Like everybody else, they're probably getting a little needed shut-eye after staying up all night long and then finally finding that maybe the storm wasn't as bad as it was reported to be first. And that I need to mention once again. That is not the inaccuracy of reporting. The reporting of the storm was spot on. And we said it would go into Lake Charles. It went into Lake Charles. We said it would go into Cameron Parish. It did that likewise. The big difference maker here was the fact that the people on the west side of the storm caught a significant break. Even if you did get some damage, even if you are without power, it is significantly probably better at this point than you thought it would be. It's 5:58 at News Talk Radio. There, I did it again. I keep thinking that we're still on KLVI, and we are not, but we are on iHeartRadio and the other four stations. We had a problem right around 4 o'clock this morning, maybe a little after 4, and our engineers are down there taking care of business. It is I guess today is the 27th day of August. And we came up with something significant yesterday. We found out that, was it Imelda, was almost a date to the day 2 years ago?
Imelda was September 19th.
Oh, it was 19th. Okay. Which was the one? Was it Harvey?
Might have been,
Harvey, that's what it was. Harvey, August the 25th of 2017. So almost 3 years to the date that we had another storm of significant magnitude. You obviously thought it was going to be a lot worse than it was. So once again, Hurricane Laura looking for another update. It's still at 110 miles an hour. So that is still a Category 2, and it is still a storm to be reckoned with. And if you're in that path, and you probably know you are by now because you're getting some of those significant winds, whatever you do, just stick to the straight and narrow and stay in your home, stay secured in place, because it's going to probably be 9, 10, 11 o'clock before we completely get out of this area. We are going to be back at 6:05.
You're listening to continuous coverage of Hurricane Laura for Southeast Texas on News Talk 560 KLVI Beaumont, Kicker 95.1, KYKR Beaumont, 104.5 KISS FM Orange, and KKMY HD2 K277AG Beaumont, Big Dog 106 KOC Orange, and Cool 92.5 KCOL.
Hurricane Laura has hit hard. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Roaring into Louisiana at 2 a.m. at Category 4 with 150-mile-an-hour winds and a dangerous surge of water. Storm chaser Stephen Jones is in Lake Charles and told Fox,
this entire city
is severely damaged. We have all the skyscrapers in the city are almost completely without glass. There is a lot of sheet metal. There's a lot of pieces of roofs down.
Laura's down to a Cat 2 now as it goes deeper inland. It was Vice President Pence's big night at the Republican convention.
America needs 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland has more live.
Dave, where Joe Biden sees American darkness, we see American greatness. That from the vice president who spoke at Fort McHenry in Baltimore, saying the country needs a president who believes in America.
Believes in the boundless capacity of the American people to meet any challenge, defeat any foe.
Second Lady Karen Pence praised frontline workers in the battle against coronavirus.
Grocery and delivery workers and farmers and so many others. Heroes all.
President Trump and the First and Second Ladies joined Pence at the conclusion of his speech, capping off night 3. Dave.
Rachel, Joe Biden tweeted, "We can choose 4 more years of fear, division, and hate, or a path of hope, unity, and light." Fox News Radio's convention coverage starts at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. Download the Fox News app. Click Listen to hear it live. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, more peaceful protests as the Justice Department opens a civil rights probe into the shooting of a black man on Sunday nights.
A teenager is arrested in the shooting and killing of 2 people and hurting a third during Kenosha protest. He allegedly traveled to Kenosha and then affiliated himself with a small but heavily armed militia that claimed to be helping law enforcement.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer. America's listening to Fox News.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
President Trump will wrap up the Republican convention tonight. His outgoing counselor, Kellyanne Conway, took the stage last night.
This is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and tackles the most complex problems.
Counselor to the president, Kellyanne Conway, telling Fox News why she's leaving her high-level position in the West Wing now, just 2 months before the presidential election.
So what I'm doing is what millions and millions of parents across this country are doing, Martha, which is trying to navigate this new not so normal where the kids are learning from home.
Conway's work for the president, initially as the successful 2016 Trump campaign manager, set both her daughter and her husband squarely against her in a very public family feud. Conway's daughter, Claudia, tweeted on Saturday that she wanted to be emancipated from her parents. In Washington, John Decker, Fox News.
We've seen protests in sports, national anthem kneeling, players wearing slogans on uniforms, but now a bigger stand has been taken over the Kenosha police shooting.
Milwaukee Bucks players Sterling Brown and George Hill delivering a statement Wednesday following the team's decision to boycott Game 5 of their NBA playoff series.
We're calling for justice for Jacob Blake and demand the officers be held accountable. For this to occur, it is imperative for the Wisconsin State Legislature to reconvene after months of inaction.
Bucks' decision to sit out led other NBA teams to pursue the same move, forcing the association to postpone all of Wednesday's games. The WNBA would follow their lead, electing not to play any of their 3 regular season games at IMG Academy in Florida. A few Major League Baseball teams also following suit. The Milwaukee Brewers, Cincinnati Reds, and Seattle Mariners all sitting out games in protest, with players on other clubs opting not to take the field. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are down the day after the Dow and the S&P and the NASDAQ gains. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword CASH to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's CASH to 200-200.
Southern Home Health, because there's no place like home. 721-9075. 6:05 at iHeartRadio's continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura, which is now a Category 2 and still at 110 mile an hour winds. And let me tell you, for those that are in the path of Hurricane Laura, 110 is something that we don't want to deal with. This is akin to what we had with Rita back in 2005. At some point in time, Hurricane Ike. So the people that are in the path, and as the storm goes inland, we're talking about going inland toward Silsbee and Kirbyville, which it's already passed through there, and it's up through Newton and the Piney Woods, and you get all the way up to Tyler and on to Shreveport. It's not going to be the Category 2 that they were predicting, but it still could be a pretty mean Category 1, because at this point in time, it is a Category 2. Earlier yesterday, Harold talked with Sally Raymer of Energy, and she gave us this report about getting the power back on when it goes off.
One thing we do want to remind you that this conversation actually took place at 2:30 yesterday afternoon. And again, this is Sally Rayner, President and CEO of Energy Texas. CEO and President of Energy Texas. And Sally, first and foremost, let's talk about the preparation Energy is doing as we speak to get ready following the storm coming through southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana, for that matter.
Yes, we've spent quite a bit of time over the last several days preparing. As a company, we drill for these types of events every year and have a plan in place to work the storms. And so we embarked on setting a course to do that work to prepare several days ago, and we've got crews lined up to get in and work the storm after the storm passes. We've got plans in place to understand what our problems are and how we get back to normal. So we've done a tremendous amount of work from setting up and securing staging areas for equipment to getting lodging for a number of workers that are being brought into the area, to preparing to feed those workers and manage the pandemic issues. So we've been doing a tremendous amount of work to prepare for this storm, and really feel like we're approaching the hour of readiness, and now we just have to wait and see what Laura is going to bring to us. And of course, we are prepared for the worst and certainly hoping for the best. And we certainly would encourage all of your listeners and the folks in the communities where Laura is expected to make a pretty direct hit to do the same, to really do the preparation for their own personal plan so that they can stay safe during the storm and follow the local leadership's warnings on what they should do, and stay out of the area of getting injured. And certainly one of the things we always like to remind our customers about is if they do come back into the area and everything's not cleaned up when they come back in, please watch out for down power lines. Our teams will be working as quickly as we can to secure all of that, but it will take some time, and those can be very dangerous to the customers that come close to them. So please call us and let us know at 1-800-ENERGY if you see something, but please stay away from it.
Kind of coattails into my next question. Of course, when you lose power, you want your power back on right now, and that process is going to take some time. What message would you have for citizens about getting their power restored?
Yes. Well, the last couple of events we've had in the area have been flooding events, and flooding events are very different events from a recovery standpoint. This event is going to be more of a wind event than a water event. While we'll get some water in some areas, certainly, the wind is really going to be the devastating factor here. And what that means for the electric company is that it's likely there will be more structures that are down. So because of that, we will have to spend time repairing and replacing those facilities, which can take longer. than just waiting for the water to recede out of critical stations that we need to get back online. So what I would say is folks in the worst hit area need to prepare themselves for extended outages. Until we know what the problems are, I don't feel comfortable giving you a specific timeline, but I certainly will tell you that when we've had Category 3 and 4 storms hit us in the past, certain people in the most devastated areas could expect up to several weeks before their power comes on.
And there you have it, an interview recorded earlier yesterday with Harold Mann, Sally Raymer with Energy, and those guys have their work cut out for them. The fastest nap in the world, Greg Bostwick. That was, I always remember when I used to go nightclubbing back in the 80s, and I'd get home and it'd be like 1:30, and I'd have to get up at 3:30, and I'd say to myself, sleep fast.
Yeah, quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mother likes to call it a power nap. Your power nap.
There you go.
I don't know where the power comes from. I didn't get that part, Oh, my goodness. What a night.
Well, yeah, and I was just listening to Fox News reporting that just about every window in the LaBerge casino is out. There's no telling that, it could be 4, 5, 6 months before they get back on track in Lake Charles.
Yeah.
Those people over there really got hit hard.
They did, and that could have been us so easily, just a little further to the west. Of course, we could have really had a huge catastrophe as far as the amount of damage we could have seen. We had a pretty good amount of wind, though, in spots, particularly up and down the Sabine near Orange, back up toward Toledo Bend, and what's left now of the hurricane is located over DeRidder and continues to move up to the north. So we'll be moving out in the next few hours. We'll see that wind slowly diminishing, but it does remain pretty windy, especially across the lakes. It's going to take a while for that wind to die out, but not much rain with the system. And in fact, would you believe? I think I'm going to have to go water some plants later on today.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't get enough rain to really help me out too much out this way, but kind of return to normal weather as we head into the afternoon. Actually, the sun able to break through the clouds. We'll look for a high today, probably up into the lower 90s, so it's going to heat right back up again, and the low tonight will be down toward the mid-70s. So, yeah, we dodged a big bullet last time. There's no doubt about that with the heavy wind really over there toward Cameron.
Yeah, and you might just give, because I know you need to go somewhere and do other things, obviously, after this lengthy stay with us and, of course, your regular duties over there at KFDM. But maybe just a quick explanation of how this thing all of a sudden just turned in our favor, almost like on a dime, it seems like.
It really was a really quick transition, but what it did, it moved a little bit further. I mean, it wasn't much. It was only about 20 miles further east than was originally expected earlier in the day. We were thinking it hit around Johnson's Bayou, pretty much hit right over Cameron, so that little distance helped us. And also, sometimes the hurricanes that we deal with are not as strong on that west side than we might think they would be, but that's what happened here. Normally, the west side is the weaker side anyway. But this side of the hurricane has been really weak, the west side, while that east side is all pumped up and on steroids pretty much. So we avoided that by that double play there of being just a little bit further west, east of us rather, and the west side of the hurricane being weaker than normally would be. So we were very fortunate.
And as a parting shot, we can say there's nothing going on in the tropics right now.
Hallelujah. That's all I can say. But I look at the calendar and said, well, this is late September. I'd be feeling real good, but it didn't. So it's got a ways to go.
Got a ways to go. Hey, buddy, appreciate everything. You get a little more rest and get after what you need to do.
Yeah. Can I join you about an hour? Would it be okay?
That would be great. Love to.
Super. We'll see you then. Okay.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Greg Bostwick, who has just over the years gone out of his way. We've had the pleasure of working with Greg. First hurricane that Greg and I actually worked together on was a hurricane, and barely a hurricane, a Category 1 hurricane, and that was Bonnie back in 1986. So he's done work with us. So many strange hurricanes. And I believe it was Inez and that would have been probably around 73, 74 maybe. We had two hurricanes within a month of each other. Inez went into Louisiana, and as a matter of fact, it went in over Kaplan, Louisiana. And early that morning, at about 8 o'clock, we all met over in Lake Charles at the Civil Defense Center. And the hurricane had already gone through. And in many cases in those days, with the, by today's standards, unsophisticated means of tracking hurricanes, we had actually lost the hurricane. We had actually lost it for a moment, and, they found it again. Well, they found it over in Kaplan, Louisiana, which is a tiny spot on the map, probably around 45, 48 miles from Lake Charles, not that far. And so they told us, they said, Kaplan has had some pretty significant damage. So I drove over to Kaplan, and there was damage. Kaplan was a very, very small community, and as I was walking down the street with a tape recorder, which in those days, tape recorders weighed about 12 or 15 pounds, and I saw an old gentleman sitting out on his porch. And I walked up to him and I said, good morning, sir. I'm a radio reporter, and I'm trying to get some information about the hurricane that you guys had this morning. And he said, in his Cajun accent, well, he said, this ain't no Audrey. But you see that Broussard's food store over there? It got a roof that don't belong there. And I thought that was one of the most classic lines that I'd ever heard. And I went 2 doors down. Now, this was the 70s. It was a little different than it is now. And there was a lady standing out on her porch. And I said, could I possibly get an interview with you? She says, no. She says, I don't talk in those things. She said, but you need to come inside and get some gumbo. She had part of the roof of her kitchen torn off, and you could see the sky through the roof. But she had the gumbo pot on the stove, and I sat down and I had gumbo, which was my introduction to filet. I'd never eaten gumbo with filet before. Now ate it green. Oh, it's a different world out there.
It is a different world, and sadly, there'll be a lot of roof stories, I suspect, this morning, some in southeast Texas, but it could have been so much worse for southeast Texas, and of course, Lake Charles, there'll be quite an assessment going on there. Some of the larger structures in Lake Charles suffering damage. Thus far, no reports of damage in some of the larger structures in southeast Texas, but again, people are just getting out to look at that, and officials have not had a chance to ascertain some of that damage.
Sunrise about 30 minutes away, 35 minutes away, 6:50 officially, and people will be getting out. I know there are going to be a lot of rubberneckers out there, but during the day, we also want you to remember that the energy trucks, which are going to be out hooking people back up, and if you have power, and they don't have power, feel a little for your fellow man. They're going to make sure that, or you need to make sure that your cars are in the driveway or in the garage and not out on the street, because these trucks are pretty good size. They need all the room that they can get to the pole with, and so if your car is stuck by a pole and they can't get in there, they're not going to be able to get somebody's power on.
Absolutely, and again, they'll be out doing that assessment already, most likely out doing some of that assessment work. So when they pass by and it doesn't appear to be doing anything, that's because they're assessing the situation to send those larger trucks out there.
If I could jump in here, guys, we've
Sure.
got County Judge Jeff Brannick holding online.
All right, well, let's do it right now. Judge, thanks, and my goodness, I just pinched myself, and we're all still here.
I am absolutely ecstatic, Al. I mean, we had some times where it sounded like freight trains were rumbling around the courthouse last night, and, there was widespread power outages. But aside from that, I'm not expecting that when we do our assessments that we're going to have any really significant damage. I mean, we had some 89-mile-an-hour gusts down at Sabine Pass and, some 60s up here, but I think it's going to be mostly an energy problem.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I gleaned from everything that I've heard so far. And as Greg put it before, he said 60-mile-an-hour winds. We've gotten gusts like that on a sunny day in the afternoon here in Southeast Texas. So that's how much of a bullet that we avoided with this one.
Well, I was sitting there watching the tracking maps and the things that the National Weather Service was putting out, and I had told my group, I said, this is going to be a 20-mile storm. 20 miles to the west, we're toast. 20 miles to the east, maybe we're okay. And that's exactly what happened. 20 miles to the east, they were having 141-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, the storm tightened up considerably. And when it did so, it reached almost a Category 5. As a matter of fact, Greg had told me earlier, he said, over at the situation in Lake Charles, with the hotels, the top floors there, they were probably getting Cat 5 winds. And we get now the report that there's probably not a window remaining in some of those hotels over there.
Oh, I believe it. But, I couldn't be happier for our community. We've been through so much the last several years, and, we're going to probably here in the next 30 minutes, we'll have road and bridge crews out assessing whether or not there are any trees over roadways, and I'm not really expecting any.
Judge, if I could jump in here real quick, as you talk about that, we still are under a mandatory evacuation. At what time would you recommend citizens can start coming back into the county?
I'm really not going to, unless I'm going to have a call with Entergy here pretty soon. But I'm going to give my road and bridge crew commissioners about a couple of hours to assess the roadways, make sure everything's passable, and then I'm going to probably pretty much green light everything.
It's probably good news for people.
I know that people are going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They're going to be anxious to get back and look at their property.
Yeah, they are. And one of the more significant things that didn't take place, of course, is the fact that there was not, at least as we know it right now, not nearly the damage that we thought we were going to see, and a situation in that Laura was pretty much of a quick mover, and so that also aided and abetted the storm. But when you take a look at what we've had over the past 3 years, we've had a couple of floods, a hurricane, we've had an explosion. I think we need to push back from the table for a little while and maybe breathe a sigh of relief. It sure would be nice.
Well, if anybody in the country is due a break, we're due a break, and that's for sure.
Okay, now from what you have heard so far, I guess probably the worst scenario would be Port Arthur. I talked to some people in Mid-County this morning on the phone. They said things not bad there, which is where they were. But from the knowledge that you've gotten so far, the worst hit areas on this side of the Louisiana border are what?
Probably going to be lower parts of Orange and Sabine Pass.
Yeah.
But I think the storm surge became pretty much a non-issue. We probably only got storm surge up to around the Port Arthur, the western side of the Port Arthur Hurricane Protection Levee, and I don't anticipate much from that.
Yeah, and they were talking about 40 mile surge, 40 miles inland, and so it was really one that was a bullet dodger, and thankfully so. So I mentioned earlier, give the energy crews a lot of room. Don't put your car out on the side of the road, because with the size of those trucks, they need to assess, and then they need to get in there with the ability to put people's power back in place.
Absolutely, and I'm ready for those trucks to be moving in. I know Energy's had them pre-staged and pre-positioned, so I know they've got 10,000 workers ready, and so we're ready for them to get in and get things back to normal.
Wow. We appreciate all of your hard work and all of the first responders out there, and hopefully everybody can get a good long nap and not have to worry about anything for a while.
Well, great to talk to you, Al, and the rest of the group.
All right, Judge. Thank you. Appreciate it. Judge Jeff Brannick, and 10,000 workers.
Yes, sir. By the way, we'll have Mayor Becky Ames on about 6:40.
That'll be great.
Joe Biden said,
millions of Americans have been knocked down. My dad always told me, champ, when you get knocked down, get up. Together, we're on a mission to move this nation forward from doubt and downturn to promise and prosperity. You never quit on America, and you deserve a president who will never quit on you. And this is the time as Americans we get back up together.
Paid for by Unite the Country, unitethecountry.com, and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Try Pizza Hut's new Double It Box. You get 2 medium one-topping pizzas for just $12.99. They can choose what they want, and you get the taste that you enjoy. It's a win-win. Order the Double It Box for carry-out or delivery at pizzahut.com. Prices and delivery areas, charges, and minimums vary. Delivery charge not a tip.
Right now, switch your family to T-Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 a line with AutoPay and 5G access included on America's largest 5G network. So don't wait. Get unlimited and nationwide 5G access for the whole family for just $25 a line. Visit a T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com today.
Plus taxes and fees. Customers may notice lower speeds and further reduction if using over 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video at 480p. Unlimited while on our network. Qualifying credit 4+ lines required. Capable device required for 5G. Coverage not available in some areas. Some uses may require certain features. See T-Mobile.com.
There's no guidebook to adopting a teen, but that's okay because you don't have to know it all to be a perfect parent. Go to adoptuskids.org to learn more about adoption and find out how you can be a perfect parent to one of the teens in foster care.
You know, Harold just made a very, very important point while Jeff Brannick was on the air with us this morning, and that is, number one, that we are still under a mandatory evacuation, and although he expects to give the green light within the next couple hours, it would be good to observe protocol and stay in place because, when you get an influx of people all at once coming in while energy's trying to get this power back on, you have a standstill. You have a standoff, in essence.
You do, and it'll be probably later this morning before that mandatory evacuation is lifted, and as Judge mentioned, give the green light for citizens to return.
We have a news story here from the...
Okay, afraid not.
Okay. Thanks,
Don't
Rush.
need that.
But, like I say, hopefully within the next hour and a half or so, a couple hours after road and bridge crews get out and assess the damage and make sure all the roads are passable because it looks like they are, but you could have a few tree limbs down here or there.
Category 2 winds now at 105 miles an hour. A Category 1 is nothing to laugh at, and a Category 2 certainly demands your respect.
Yeah, Umberto was the one, and that slapped us in the face.
Yes, it certainly did. And so, people up country, anywhere from 75 to 150 miles up the road, are going to be feeling some of the wrath. Have you had a chance to check with anybody in Evadale, see how everything made out there?
I think that is probably passing through. I have not, but I think that is moved past there now and is probably more into northern Jasper and northern Newton counties.
Back in here we go. Back in the day, when you wanted to check to see if you had power, you would call your house to see if your answering machine would answer.
That's right.
But now most people
don't have a landline.
Don't have landlines. They have a cell phone, so you really can't do that to check that power. However, the Entergy map, you could go to that Entergy map, and that's pretty solid. It will show you a map of outages.
Yeah.
Well, and your friends might have security cameras and such that you can pull up on your phone also. So that's what they do. They just pull up the security cameras, see what's blowing, and then when you can't get anything, they know that the power is out.
My son Steve is in Austin, and he was telling me yesterday afternoon, he said, well, I'm looking at my living room, and he said, everything is okay there. I said, well, being that your living room is inside the house and it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd presume to believe that everything is okay.
That would be a good sign.
Yep. But, the essence of the whole matter is, you should never take any of these storms lightly. And I have a funny feeling that if and when, and there will be an if and when, there is another storm, that people will hearken back and say, well, you know, the last storm, they said it was a Category 5 and nothing happened. I'm going to stick in place. And this is the time when the hurricane bites you. This is when you least expect it. You stay when you shouldn't stay, and therein you have a big problem. We know this very well from Ike. People say, hey, you know, I rode out Rita. You know, I'm going to ride out Ike. It ain't going to be any problem. And we had a lot of people that were in a world of hurt. No doubt about it.
By the way, we'll, of course, continue our coverage of Hurricane Laura and go back to our regular programming at 9 this morning.
Okay. Good to hear.
Fox News. I'm Chris Foster. Hurricane Laura is pounding the Texas and Louisiana Gulf Coast, moving inland after making landfall overnight.
No doubt about it.
Fox's Leland Vittert reports.
The storm surge is 16 to 20 feet, which means that at the highest point of Lake Charles, Louisiana, which is the Golden Nugget Casino I'm standing in, there's likely to be water on the floor, which means that anybody else's house in Lake Charles is probably going to be underwater.
Vice President Pence at the Republican convention says we're on track to have a coronavirus vaccine by the end of the year.
The vice president blasted a comment from Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden, who said when it comes to the virus, no miracle is coming.
America is a nation of miracles.
During the vice president's speech, Biden posted on Twitter, 180,000 people have died from this COVID crisis, and the heartbreaking truth is that it didn't have to happen this way.
Fox's Jill Nato. America's listening to Fox News.
10 minutes. That's all it takes to complete your 2020 census form. That's less time than it takes to make your bed, check your email, or heat up leftovers. Your participation is vital. Results from the census affect funds for services like Medicaid and Medicare Part B. Plus, your Social Security number and citizen status is not required. 10 minutes to a better Florida. Visit 2020census.gov. That's 2020census.gov or call 1-844-432-9832. That's 1-844-432-9832. Brought to you by Hispanic Federation.
I'm not a superhero. My friends just play this when I hook them up with cold drinks from McDonald's, like an icy cool caramel frappe. Right now, you can get any small McCafe beverage for $2, any size cool creamy iced coffee for $1.69, or any size refreshing soft drink for just $1. Yep, I'm just a regular guy who happens to know where to get a refreshing variety of cold drinks. But I guess around here that is a superpower, because it's not just a drink, it's a McDonald's drink. Prices and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Right now, switch your family to T-Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 a line with AutoPay and 5G access included on America's largest 5G network. So don't wait. Get unlimited and nationwide 5G access for the whole family for just $25 a line. Visit a T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com today.
Plus taxes and fees. Customers may notice lower speeds and further reduction if using over 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video at 480p. Unlimited while on our network. Qualifying credit and 4+ lines required. Capable device required for 5G. Coverage not available in some areas. Some uses may require certain features. See T-Mobile.com.
6:33 now at iHeartRadio's continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. Latest we have, still a Cat 2 at 105 miles an hour and now passing around through the Newton area and on its way up to deep East Texas. And, of course, on the Louisiana side, heading past Leesville and DeRidder and heading up into northern Louisiana, possibly up as far as Alexandria and on to Monroe and Ruston and on into Arkansas. It will not have the impact that we had talked about. 105 miles an hour now at a Cat 2. So the once powerful storm, which is still powerful as a 2, don't get me wrong, but nothing compared to what we thought. And I think Greg's explanation was just spot on. It's weather, folks, and one never knows with all of the good predictions, and we were able to spot that eye and follow it by the minute. And yet it has a mind of its own and decided that it was going to take that little turn to the east. And as Jeff Brannick mentioned just about 10 minutes ago, 15 miles either way could have been dire circumstances for a lot of people in our area. Port Arthur, Orange, Bridge City, Little Cypress, Mauriceville, Pinehurst, all that area out there. I'm sure that there is damage and power outages. We have power outages throughout Beaumont. And as we mentioned earlier, 10,000 workers set to go just about maybe an hour or so from right now getting power on. And as we mentioned earlier, and I'll get back to this power thing, but I think now would be an opportune time for those of you who either dodged the bullet or maybe will get back to your place that maybe you are not buying, that you are renting, and finding out there's some damage to your personal stuff. You really need rental insurance, especially in Southeast Texas, because there's always a hurricane right around the corner. One never knows. We thought we were going to go through this year scot-free, and what happened? We ended up with almost a level 5. Now, we really got some rabbit's foot luck in the last couple of hours. But you lose your stuff as a renter. The owner of the building is not responsible for your stuff. You've got to have renter's insurance, and renter's insurance is so cheap that for anywhere from $10 to about $15 a month, you can insure your stuff so that if it is displaced or is ruined, that you can go ahead and get reimbursed for it. Otherwise, you're strictly out of luck. Back to the energy thing with the 10,000 workers out there. And, of course, now this will be over a wide area. Remember, this is not just Beaumont. This is a wide area of Southeast Texas that encumbers 3 or 4 counties, plus the fact there's lots of significant things to be done in Lake Charles. And when they talked about all of the glass flying out of those windows, I would not be surprised to see that it's 5 or 6 months. That's maybe a very conservative estimate as to how long before they could be back to normal. And I'm not just talking about the casinos. I'm talking about the homeowners.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage over there. And again, especially those bigger buildings, the bank buildings and all that, that lost all the glass and windows.
Yeah. I think we also learned in both Harvey and Imelda with individual homes that even if you get someone to do the work immediately, when you have to strip down to the studs, you're not talking about refurbishing a home in a week. It's going to take a lot longer than that. And, of course, people in that interim period, they have to find a place to stay and something to do with their stuff, either put it in storage. It's just amazing when you consider the fact that within a difference of 10 to 15 miles, you've got destruction, and on the other side, you've got a lot of happy faces. 6:38 at News Talk Radio AM 560. KLVI is off the air, so the rest of our stations are participating. By the way, if your business or organization is offering cleanup, post status updates, a message that you'd like to communicate to our listeners in the greater Golden Triangle area, please call 926-2266. That's 926-2266, and we will do our dead level best to get your message on the air as quickly as we can. Latest on Laura, the winds are still out there, and a lot of flash flooding going on. Flash flooding caused by the thunderstorms, the Doppler impact floodings of small creeks and streams, and we've got a lot of those in this area. Urban areas, even highway streets and underpasses. And where you have those underpasses, and of course we did not get that amount of significant rain that we would have gotten in a normal hurricane. We don't have that happenstance, but nevertheless, you always are on the smart side to go ahead and when you're looking at an underpass that has water in it, just look at the gauge. Every underpass here in the city of Beaumont has a gauge. And if it says, if you can't see the 2, you don't need to be in that water.
Absolutely not. And you're right. As I know here on 11th Street, several of the underpasses in Beaumont do have those gauges to let you know how much water because with a few of those, such as we mentioned, 11th Street and out by Lamar University, you don't realize how far of a kind of a little dip you take there underneath the overpass. And I'm going to set this up here. We have Beaumont Mayor Becky Ames if we want to go there now.
Okay, let's just go ahead and do that right now. And I guess the phrase "dodging the bullet" will be used significantly over the next couple of days, at least for the folks here in at least one particular area of Beaumont that didn't even lose power. And Mayor, that's just totally unheard of.
Yes, we are still assessing, and it's still too early for all of our crews to get out on the streets because there's still some heavy wind out there. We're really urging people to please stay indoors and off the roadways until our first responders can have a chance to do the initial damage assessment. That's really important. We're starting to get calls of people trying to report things to us, and we really need them to stay inside for now. They're still outer bounds of Hurricane Laura, and we're watching to see if it rotates west before it moves out of our region. We're showing that it's not completely out of our region yet. But yes, you're so right, Al. We do feel like we dodged a bullet, and unfortunately, some of our neighbors did not, and we're talking with them now to see what we can do to help.
Well, we're still under a mandatory evacuation until sun up this morning, and when we talked to Judge Brannick earlier, they're doing everything that they can to get that green light to get people back into their homes. But there's a lot of stuff going on because there are many people without power. And so you've got people driving these trucks. And you got to remember, these people that are out of state, they have no idea where they're going from time to time. And so they're confused trying to find this street or that street. And we have to give them all a break.
Yeah, that is exactly right. So we're urging and basically pleading for people to stay inside if they're still here. We do not need people out on the street doing damage assessment for us. We have the capability of doing that. We have crews waiting as soon as it's safe to go out and clear the roadways that are blocked, because there are many. And we're on top of it. Just give us a chance to do this, but we want to make sure it's done in a safe manner. But one thing that I do want to make sure and get out there that's so important, Al, if you don't mind, please, is we have put a tab on the top left of our homepage, BeaumontTexas.gov, and it says click here to report Hurricane Laura damage online. So once things get a little bit settled down and people do see damages, this is the best way to do it, is to go on and do that, because we will be monitoring that constantly. And that's, like I said again, BeaumontTexas.gov, and there is right on the home page there's a blue block about where we have the updates, and it has for damage assessment. If that's really the most efficient way to report your damage quickly. And
let me interject one thing. That is the spelled out BEAUMONTTEXAS. It's not the abbreviation, right?
Correct. BEAUMONTTEXAS.gov.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
And,
I'm sorry.
And that is where we had all the updates that we've been pushing out already. But in addition, if there are people out there who don't have online capability or their internet is out, the phone number to do that same report is 409-785-4700. That's 409-785-4700. And we did put out, so y'all have it, and all the news media has what I've just given you. We did just push out a press release to that effect.
Let me ask you something. When you were in the planning stages, especially over the last couple of days, what were you prepared? Were you prepared for the possibility of a Cat 4 or a Cat 5 here in Beaumont?
We were prepared as we could possibly be. We had crews out, for the last 2 days, 3 days, clearing ditches, just doing everything to make sure that our drainage was as clear as it possibly could be. I'm sorry, just 1 second.
That's okay.
A lot going on here. I
It's all right.
apologize for that noise there. So anyway, yes, we, like I said, we've had our EOC in operation since the weekend, and we've been doing everything that we could to prepare. We're just very, just like you said, dodged a bullet. I think we have a lot of people that were out there praying for our city, because I got so many texts last night from the pastors we work with and our CAB members, and I think they just really put a dome over us, I guess, because honestly, it's amazing that we don't have more power outages than we do. I mean, we do have our share, but it's nothing like it could have been. It's not throughout the whole city. It's spotted. And, there are a lot of people that still have power. But like I said, if you're evacuated, please don't come back until we've given the green light to do so, because there are some power lines down. There's danger out there, and we don't want anyone to come back and get hurt. We, like you said, dodged this bullet, and we feel like that we've fared fairly well. We don't want people to come back and then we have any catastrophes, because this is just amazing how well we fared through this storm so far.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've not had a chance to assess all of it, but it's just I can't believe the issue on the power. I mean, we really thought we might lose power everywhere, and we did lose it a few times last night here at the Emergency Operations Center, but it came back on.
Something to remember if you're driving back or anxious to drive back and you don't have power at your house, just remember that you're in air-conditioned comfort where you are right now. You have all of the amenities that you have under normal circumstances at home, and you might be driving back to a situation that's a little archaic. No AC, no fans, no computers, no anything. So give it a chance.
The doors aren't open. You can't. I mean, there's no place to get food.
Exactly.
There will be, but just give us a little bit of time is what we ask. And like I said, the best way to report anything, if you are still here, please don't drive around. We have people to do that. Please don't. And go to our website, Beaumont, BEAUMONT, Texas.gov. And right on the top, there's a blue block to report damages, or if you do not have internet and your power is out, or if you just don't have it, 409-785-4700. And as I said, we have crews standing by. I can't even remember how many they told me, many crews standing by, ready to go out and start cleaning up. And it shouldn't take that terribly long, but just give us a chance to do it.
All right, my friend, I appreciate that so much. And thanks for a good job that all of you guys do in all of these situations. Going back 3, 5, 8, 10, 12 years, we are old hands at this. But even though we all learn something new every time.
We certainly do, and all storms are different. And I told someone yesterday, we were counting them, and we couldn't even remember. There were so many in the last 12 to 15 years.
Yep.
And honestly, since Ike, the majority of the crew that's here with me at our Emergency Operations Center was here with me for Ike, and so it's almost like deja vu, but we hope that we don't have to deja vu again for a very long time. So thank you so much for allowing me to go on this morning, Al, and I'm glad that y'all are safe, and I hope that everyone out there is. And we're on this, and we've got it, and we're going to move forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor Becky Ames, with a really, really good news report. Boy, and that's something we can always use is a little good news, and we got it right there.
Classic. Are you trying to stay healthy and lose weight in what's become the new normal? Noom is here to help. Backed by science and psychology, Noom gives you the tools you need to create lasting change in your life. You won't just lose weight. You'll feel healthier, sleep better, and build better habits. So your new normal becomes your Noom normal. Get started today at Noom.com. Noom.com. Change your thinking, change your habits, change for good. With Noom.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I shopped the many highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $27 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 800-452-1330. That's 800-452-1330. 800-452-1330. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policy at selectquote.com/commercials. Or price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
And now a game of Commercial Chicken, brought to you by Progressive, where we see how long Flo can go without talking about insurance. Ready? Go.
So the weather is just all over the place lately, right? One day it's hot, and the next day it's windy for a while. It's like, make up your mind already. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big.
Okay, you win. We can't help but save customers money. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliate.
In the disability community, opioids can be an important part of treatment, but come with serious risks. The Arizona Spinal Cord Injury Association is here to assist you in finding treatment and breaking the stigma of opioid use disorder. If you or a loved one would like more information, go to azspinal.org/opioid-response or call our office at 602-507-4209. Pain doesn't have to kill.
In 2008, our economy was close to collapse. The Recovery Act brought America back. Here are the top 5 things you need to know. President Obama chose Joe Biden to run it. It created millions of jobs by investing in the middle class with less than 1% waste. Biden helped kick off the longest period of job creation in U.S. history, and he can do it again. Paid for by...
Let me just double check, see if there's any updates on that. No, because it's over land. Laura is moving northward over southwestern Louisiana. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding continues in portions of Louisiana. As of 4 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Laura was located at 30.5 north, 93.4 west, or about 30 miles north-northwest of Lake Charles, Louisiana, or about 50 miles northeast of Port Arthur, Texas. Maximum sustained winds were 120 miles per hour. I know there's more current data than this. The hurricane watch that day, but I think it's down to about 105 miles per hour, something like that. Present movement is north at around 15 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure a couple hours ago was 948 millibars. No doubt that's rising. So let's go on to the New England waters, where we still have some cruisers up there on the boat, and there we have a low pressure trough. Will move southeast to the waters early today. A high pressure ridge will build briefly across the area, then shift east of the waters today. A cold front will move into the waters today, then fall across the area tonight into Saturday, as several low pressure centers develop and track east along the front. Post-tropical cyclone Laura will move off the mid-Atlantic coast Saturday evening, then quickly move northeast across the southern waters later Saturday night into Sunday. And this keeps track with the National Hurricane Center, blah, blah, blah. I
night. A cold front will fall just north of the area late today into Saturday as several weak lows develop back east along the front. Post-tropical cyclone will move off the mid-Atlantic coast Saturday evening and quickly move through Sunday. Stay tuned to those sectors in the National Hurricane Center. Also, then a cold front will move into the central and southern waters late Saturday night and Sunday and will fall over the southeast portion Sunday and then will persist through Monday night. Also, once again, gale force winds are possible Saturday night as the remnants of Laura track through the mid-Atlantic water. With that, I'll take break, more to follow. Okay, nothing heard. Resume with the Zone AMZ 101. That would be the southwest North Atlantic, including the Bahamas. A high-pressure ridge across the waters north of the area will gradually shift southward into the upcoming weekend. A cold front will move off the southeastern U.S. coast on Sunday. Then fall near or just north of 31 North. Moderate to locally spread southwest winds may proceed this weekend, or the front this weekend, over the water north of 29 North. A tropical wave may increase winds and seas over the water east of 65 West Sunday through early next week. Moving on to the Zone AMZ 600. That would be the Atlantic water from Jupiter Inlet to Reef, and the Gulf waters may stay stable through the Navy Beach for about 60 nautical miles to Knoxville. High pressure off the coast of North Florida will gradually shift south today and Friday, and be situated across the Bahamas and South Florida this upcoming weekend. Current east wind across the local waters will begin to subside today and through the end of the week. A small westerly swell from Hurricane Laura will affect the southwest Florida offshore Gulf waters through Friday. Gulf Stream hazard, thunderstorms, may cause locally higher wind speeds, briefly heavy rainfall, blah, blah, blah. Let's finish up with the Gulf of Mexico. This would be the entire Gulf. Gulf Marine Zone 001 synopsis. Hurricane Laura, I will not repeat, is over land and moving farther inland and weakening into a tropical storm near 34.8 north, 92.2 west, Friday morning, and dissipate through Saturday. A long period swell from Laura will impact much of the basin through today. Atlantic high pressure will build westward over the eastern Gulf in the wake of Laura. That's it for the offshore waters forecast. Does anybody need a fill on any of the weather given or need any additional weather? Come now. Okay, and does anyone have any real-time data they would like to get to the National Hurricane Center? Give me your call sign now, please. Over. Okay, nothing heard, so I'll send it back to our net control. That would be Bob, KE4OIL. Back to you, Bob, K4WGC. Okay, thank you, Brian. Good morning. This is K9 CDT, the Coast Guard liaison for the Waterway Net. The Coast Guard in Key West was busy last night putting out fire for two sails near Stock Island. We got the call that there was two boats on fire, a little person in the water, and the Coast Guard, the North County Sheriff's Office, and the Key West Fire Rescue were on scene within 11 minutes of the call and retrieved the sailor from the water and managed to put the fire out. That operation on first responders. And that's all from the Coast Guard today. Nothing heard. J4OIL into J1. Charlie gave people pause. Anyone in the affected area of Hurricane Laura, did anything with the hurricane Laura? Nothing yet. 84 OIL at 381. Let's see, Bob. Good morning, all. KD6CYC, portable 1 is 2-0 Albany North. Good morning, Julie. I don't know if there's many people down here now, but since we gave up, I'd like to put you up and take you to this proportion that is underway for short pass. Anyone on a boat underway or short pass, this is what the waterway is. Nope, not doing 8405 and 3J. Charlie Golf Alpha, WMT left. Local. I'm sorry, I missed you off. It's Whiskey 8. India Lima Romeo. Good morning, Joey. November 2, India Lima Romeo is in Perry Creek. Don't go over to Harbor later today. Going to Winter Harbor, Final Haven. Sir Willis, 10-3JUM, a relay for the fleet captain. We're taking position reports now from any vessel anywhere. Anyone with a position report from the waterway net, come down. Anyone with a position report for the waterway net, come down. Okay, let me take a quick break. Anyone in the affected area of Hurricane Laura with anything for the Hurricane Watch net, come down. Nothing heard. K4OIM N3JUF. Julie, Tom's not hearing you at all, over. WJC, Tom, good morning. Your copy is W5YE. Julie would like for you to ask for position report local anywhere. Over. I sure will. Good morning, Brian. I wish I could hear Julie, but I can't. Anyways, I'm looking for anybody on a boat anywhere with the position report. Come now. Nothing heard, Brian. I'll send it back to you, W5YE, K4WJC. Okay, Tom, thank you for flying. Here. Both the rear and the Kentucky remote.
Georgia, going down to Panama City. Did he say he got another phone? Maybe. I asked him if he was going to be on a bus stop, and he said maybe at the house has, and I can't remember who has that. Roger, okay. He's not going to get another phone after Michael took his good morning to you, too.
I heard him over the air, but very, very lightly. But I heard his call and I heard a couple of syllables. But I guess Brian was hearing him over one of the remotes and confirmed that he was in Myrtle Beach. Over. All he said was in the Piedmont area of North Carolina. Over. Okay, yeah, well, I thought the town name was Piedmont, but he corrected me, and he did not give me a town name, but Piedmont area of North Carolina. Will, this is N3JUY. I'm South Relay for the Waterway Net. This is the last call from this station for anything for the Waterway Net, including position reports, anybody, anywhere just now.
Hotel Delta India.
Hotel Delta India, good morning.
Good morning. Late check-in, Arnie on Metaphor. Wonder if my audio is okay. I'm on the remote, but I'm going directly through the remote rig rather than my cell phone. On Metaphor in Kennebunkport, departing in about an hour just for the night up to Casco Bay, and hopefully presumably tomorrow back to Kennebunkport. The Metaphor will be on its way to Harbor in Casco Bay today. This is W2HDI, Kennebunkport, Maine.
Okay, your audio sounds fine, Artie. Sounds very good, and I understand you are leaving today on Metaphor from Kennebunkport to, I did not get the name of the harbor the static got you, in Catskill Bay. Again with the harbor?
Yes, I was fast on that. Potts Harbor. Oscar Tango Tango. Potts Harbor, South Harpswell.
Okay, got it. Potts Harbor, South or Catskill Bay. All right, and then you're coming back to Kennebunkport the day after. Is that correct?
Yeah, expect Friday tomorrow back to Kennebunkport.
Okay, Roger, and then Friday back to Kennebunkport. Okay, thanks very much, Artie. Appreciate the check-in, and we'll catch you probably on Monday. That was Whiskey 2, Hotel Delta India, Kennebunkport, Maine, on its way to Waterway Net. Last call. Heard a 5 Lima X-ray, maybe a mobile. Try again. You're pretty light here. Over. All right, got you that time. Kilo 5 Lima X-ray mobile. Good morning. Go ahead. Where are you at? Okay, copied. Kilo Kilo 5 Lima X-ray Mobile, Fort Smith, Arkansas. Mike, be careful out there. I wouldn't go too much farther west today. Over. Okay, Mike, I'm sorry. You took a big fade on me there. I think I lost.
November 1, Mike, Juliet, Sierra.
One with an Oscar maybe, but very light. Go ahead again. Was there someone trying to check into the waterway net?
November 1, Mike, Juliet, Sierra.
November 1, Mike, Juliet, Sierra. Got you that time. Go ahead.
Good morning from New Hampshire. The name here is Matt, Mike Alpha, Tango, Tango. We have some adverse weather moving in or going through New York State right now and receiving a lot of static crashes here in New Hampshire. QSL?
Yes, Sierra in New Hampshire. I did not get your name. Again with your name, please. Over.
Mike Alpha, Tango, Tango. QSL?
Mike Alpha Tango Tango. Matt, Roger?
Yep, QSL. Like I said, just got off an Army Mars net and some adverse weather moving through New York State right now. A lot of static crashes here in New Hampshire. Over.
Yep, Roger, Roger. Well, we've always got static crashes in Florida, but I'm hearing you, but very lightly, Matt, but appreciate the check-in. Anything else? Over?
QSL, N1MJS is clear. Thanks for what you're doing. Hope everybody is safe out there. I'm just running 100 watts here. Over.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, conditions are such, you're up and down, but when you're up, I hear you. When you're not, I know. I don't. So, stay safe out there and appreciate the check-in. Anyone else for the waterway net? Ending in Papa again. I think it was Whiskey 4, Romeo India Papa. Is that Roger? Okay, Brian in North Carolina, Whiskey 4, Romeo India Papa. Anything you need from the net? Over. Well, I'm down in Florida, just north of Daytona Beach. I hear you, but the conditions aren't that great today. But I hear you better than some, Brian, and appreciate the check-in. We're here 7 days a week on this frequency when the Hurricane Watch Net is not in operation. This morning, they've graciously allowed us to continue with the net, and then we got to turn it back over to them. Over. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. You just came way up. You went from about an S4 to S9, so appreciate it. Everything's working. Let me pass it back to net control. KE4OIL, N3JUY. Go ahead. Hey, well, I have one more thing for you, Bob. Over. Did you hear Arnie or my relay wishing to his home jump in India? Okay, very good. Same here. Thank you. And 3JUY.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you very much. But we have a new net control about to take the frequency. Thanks very much, and have a good day. Whiskey for the American Rock Net. Net control will be, looks like KF5 WDJ. Go ahead. Now, this is going to come down to
No, I didn't, Bob. I took a copy the first one net control over.
From the waterway net. I took it from the waterway net, but it's up for our net control now. This is Whiskey 2, Bravo. Just above the Lee Heaven reporting station from the affected area of Hurricane Laura. Any affected station. It was effective at 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time, today's date. Louisiana coast. Kilometers per hour. Present movement is known at 15 miles per hour. Central Time. Any priority or emergency traffic? Continue by reading the advisory from 7 a.m.
Drove around Beaumont a little bit over out in the Maplewood area, and yeah, some down trees. All the streets were passed.
Bravo, Echo Whiskey for the Hurricane Watch Net. Priority traffic for the net at this time, over.
Portland says, hey, I've been listening to this for the last couple hours here. I heard the comment up on for the Hurricane Watch as well, but I don't hear anybody on it. I'll let you know. Hey, Portland says, hopefully that was useful.
This frequency is occupied by the Hurricane Watch Net. We would appreciate it if you're not calling the Hurricane Watch Net if you would still fly to a different frequency. This is Whiskey 2, Bravo, Echo Whiskey. This is Whiskey 2, Bravo, Echo Whiskey for the Hurricane Watch Net. Is there any emergency or priority traffic for the net? Over. Are there any stations operating under emergency or portable conditions, such as EOCs or shelters, with traffic for the net? Over. Are there any low-power, portable, or mobile stations in the affected area? Over. Are there any Hurricane Watch Net members on frequency who would like to check in at this time? Your cell phone only. Over. This is Whiskey 2, Bravo, Echo Whiskey for the Hurricane Watch Net. I'm calling for reporting stations within the area affected by Hurricane Laura, Louisiana and Texas, with weather data or damage reports for the National Hurricane Center. Weather data or damage reports for the National Hurricane Center. Please come now if you're in the affected area. Over. On behalf of the management and net members of the Hurricane Watch Net, our sincere thanks to everyone who uses 14325 or 7.268 for various nets and rag trees, for allowing us to use the frequency. Having a clear frequency certainly makes our job easier, even possible. We know those in the affected area greatly appreciate it as well. For those in the affected area of Hurricane Laura, if you find yourself in the eye of the storm, resist the urge to venture outside. There may be downed power lines, and they should be considered live. Furthermore, you don't know where the backside of the eye will come. The winds will not slowly increase in speed, but rather go from 0 to full speed nearly instantly. It's not worth getting hurt or worse. Please wait until the storm has passed completely before venturing outside. And again, consider any downed power lines as being live. This is Whiskey 2 Bravo Echo Whiskey for the Hurricane Watch Net. Out. AF5WZJ, David, if you're copying, you can have the net back. This is W2BEW. Over.
is the Hurricane Watch Net, November 8, Bravo, Hotel Lima in Ohio. Hurricane continues to move inland from the Gulf Coast. And the winds, southern rainfall are inland over western and central Louisiana with life-threatening storm surge continuing. Watch Net in session for especially emergency traffic from EOCs, shelters, or other responding agencies. If you are one of those and would like to check in with us for nothing more than a communications check, we can listen. This is NABHL, the Hurricane Watch Net is with you. This is the Hurricane Watch Net, November 8, Bravo, Hotel Lima. The Hurricane Watch Net in session as Hurricane Laura moves inland. Damaging winds, flooding rainfall are spreading inland over western and central Louisiana. The 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern location, 31.7 north, 93.1 west, 65 miles south-southeast of Shreveport. Maximum sustained winds are still 85 miles per hour. Present movement is due north at 15 miles per hour. This is the Hurricane Watch Net. Are there any stations involved in the storm in the area affected by Hurricane Laura? Please call.
Golf November, India Golf November. You guys got a Saturn net coming on in here for the Hurricane Watch? Okay, so this is your, just to confirm, this is the altitude Hurricane Watch down in Florida, over?
Yes, this is the Hurricane Watch Net.
Up here in Canada, in Algonquin Park area, we've got a Q5RV up high in the trees at 75 feet. We pretty well hear everything. Sometimes it'll drop in from time to time.
Number 8, Bravo, Hotel Lima. We're in Ohio, and we're listening south. We're great with you. We're listening south for stations in the affected area of Hurricane Laura. Please call the Hurricane Watch. This is the Hurricane Watch Net, November 8th, Bravo Hotel Lima in Ohio, beaming south, looking for stations in the area affected by Hurricane Laura. Laura storm, 5-mile-an-hour wind, is moving due north at 15 miles per hour. We are interested if you are especially in an emergency responder agency, in an EOC or in a shelter, give us a call. This is NABHS. Local information. There are still reports of tornadoes in the area. Number 31 Hurricane Laura advisory has just been issued. If you would like to stand by all stations, we'll get that to you. the Hurricane Watch Net, November 8th, Bravo, Hotel Lima. In session as Hurricane Laura continues to march inland from the northwest Gulf Coast. Damaging winds, flooding rainfall continues to spread inland over central and northern positions in Louisiana. High water levels persist along portions of the Gulf Coast. Barksdale Air Force Base recently reported a wind gust of 55 miles per hour. The current eye of the storm is located at figures 3.2.3 north, 9.2.9 west, about 50 miles east-southeast of Shreveport. Maximum sustained winds in the storm are still 75 miles per hour. The motion is north at 10 degrees at a forward speed of 15.15 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure 982 millibars. That's 2.900 inches. This is the Hurricane Watch Net. We are in session since the storm is still considered a hurricane. Our primary mission right now is to connect with agencies that are responding or are involved in response to Hurricane Laura. If you're in an EOC, a Red Cross shelter, or in a responding agency, please give us a call. The Hurricane Watch Net is listening now. This is the Hurricane Watch Net. Any stations in the area affected by Hurricane Laura, please call. This is the Hurricane Watch Net, November 8, Bravo, Hotel Lima in Ohio, beaming south. If you are in the area affected by Hurricane Laura, we would appreciate a report of what your conditions are. Please call now. This is the Hurricane Watch Net, November 8, Bravo, Hotel Lima. If you're in the area affected by Hurricane Laura, please call. This is the Hurricane Watch Net, N8BHL. If you are a mobile or low power station in the area of Hurricane Laura, please call now. the Hurricane Watch Net in 8BHL in Ohio. We're looking for particularly stations at EOCs, Red Cross shelters, bonding agencies, or involved in the recovery efforts that are launching now from Hurricane Laura. If you are interested in communications check or have messages to pass, please call. This is the Hurricane Watch Net, November 8, Bravo Hotel Lima. Hurricane Laura is continuing to impose damaging winds, flooding rainfall inland over central and northern portions of Louisiana. It is currently moving at 1010 degrees at a forward motion of 15 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is 2.900. That's 982 millibars. Currently, the storm surge warning is still in effect for Sabine Pass, Texas, to Fort Fortune, Louisiana. A tropical storm warning is in effect for High Island, Texas, to the mouth of the Mississippi. A northeastward to east-northeast motion is expected tonight and tomorrow. On the forecast track, Laura will move northward across Louisiana this afternoon. The center of Laura forecast to move over Arkansas tonight, mid-Mississippi Valley on Friday, mid-Atlantic states on Saturday. Maximum sustained winds are still near 75 miles per hour with higher gusts. Rapid weakening is forecast, and Laura is expected to become a tropical storm within the next few hours. Hurricane force winds still extend outward up to 35 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 105 miles. The estimated central pressure again 29 even. This is the Hurricane Watch Net. If you are in the area affected by Hurricane Laura and can have messages to pass or information to provide to the Hurricane Center, we'll be glad to take those for you. Please call.
Welcome to AutoZone. Dealing with battery problems? We've got you. Let's start with a free battery test. If you just need a free charge, we can help with that too. And if it's time for a new battery, you're in the right place. We've got a full selection of batteries starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination, where health is always in stock. Based on data from the NPD Group Incorporated Car Care Track, 12 months ending December 2019.